you get a stadium and you just let come one, come all, and then you have an aye or a nay vote on the items or what have you, it will have to be comprised of people who actually have the right to vote. So, Jerry, do you know anything about that, about whether or not it would have to be confined to voting members, and then there will have to be some kind of selection process as to who becomes a voting member? My time, please.
There would be there would be delegates that would be appointed as voting members. Again, the process, and some of these folks may want to address it, but it is our understanding that the proposal is that they would be allocated based on population on a county-wide basis. So the question, certainly for the city of L.A., would be obviously the size of L.A. County.
Yeah, but who would pick them? Politicians? My gosh, now we've just flawed the system dramatically, haven't we?
That is certainly an issue you should be concerned with, and whether it's the Board of Supervisors that appoints all of them, or whether this council wants to take a position on how those are selected. For example, perhaps the top 10 cities in the state would get to appoint their own delegates, and the city selection committees in the county would appoint the remainder. But that's a very important policy issue that hasn't been fleshed out yet.
Pointing to the two-thirds vote needed to pass the state budget and saying this is for the people to decide, District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl goes through a laundry list of what he views as problems with state government.
But we need to get beyond the dysfunctional state capital. I know Mr. Weston is listening. He's a former speaker. He knows more about it up there than I do. But I'm going to tell you this. It doesn't work the way it's presently structured. And we, the people, should take our government back, have a constitutional convention, and refine it and move it forward. We're in the 21st century. For instance, two-thirds vote to make decisions. Come on. There's only 3 states in the Union that do it. The other 2 have supermajorities of whatever party's in power. But it's been a problematic issue here in California. You don't need two-thirds. We are a democracy. A democracy means 50% plus 1. I'll go to 55, but for God's sake, it's the tyranny of the minority on that particular thing. Okay? The initiative process itself is flawed. That needs to be rediscussed. You know, who's backing it? Who's putting the money out? Who's making you sign those signatures that you don't know what you're doing? There needs to be more clarity on that. Term limits. Who thinks 6 years in the Assembly? They just figure out where the restroom is, and then they're out of there. Why? Because the lobbyists and the bureaucrats run Sacramento, not the people through their elected official. The term limit issue needs to be discussed. And then, of course, on a very personal note, I, as a gay guy, don't have my basic civil rights, and those issues of civil rights and human rights need also to be protected. So it's a no-brainer for me to see that the people should get together and figure out where they want to take our great state going forward. We are the 6th largest economy in the nation, and we're treated like children out here. It's time the people took back their government. Let's put it on the ballot, then let's hold a constitutional convention, and let's reform our state constitution.
Making changes to the state constitution does not mean all of our problems will be solved, according to District 7 Councilmember Richard Alarcon, who believes much more information is needed.
I'm not opposed to a constitutional convention. I just want to know what we're talking about. I have no idea, for example, what the Bay Area Council did. I have no idea what they proposed. I don't know how they limited it, what they wanted to be included in the consideration. I have no idea what the membership of the deciding parties would be, the delegates to the convention. I don't know what powers they would have, who they are. So I can't say that I support their effort. It would take another meeting just to talk about what they did. Secondly, the state is going through the process of reviewing the subject as we speak. We don't know what they're going to propose. And I don't know that I'm going to agree with what they propose. I have a feeling some of us aren't going to like what they propose. And so again, I would say let's not just latch on to this rhetoric of we got to have a constitutional convention. That's the only way to fix our problems. Ben Franklin was speaking in a context when African Americans couldn't participate. Women could not participate. Mexican Americans weren't even around. I mean, that's a different context. Who is going to be making the decisions of this constitutional convention? So I would recommend 3 amendments to be friendly with the concept. Number 1, that we don't align ourselves with the Bay Area Council, that we simply say we support a constitutional convention. Number 2, that we amend the representation portion to require that it conforms to the Federal Voting Rights Act. And number 3, that we, what was number 3? It was a good one. What? Oh, that we reserve the right to say no or change our mind when the state finishes their process and puts the matter before us. I think those 3 items would put us in a better position to drive our own agenda as a city relative to the establishment of a constitutional convention. The convention itself is not the concern. The product of the convention is what concerns me, and the people that participate in developing that product, the democratic representation is fundamental to how well the convention does, and whether it truly reflects the incredible diversity of the state of California. That's our greatest challenge. If we can figure that out, I do believe a constitutional convention will have positive results.
Asking for council support, maker of the motion, District 14's Jose Huizar, explains his position on the conditions necessary to have an effective state constitutional convention.
Some of us may not agree with how we came up in this particular motion, but that is a democratic process. And what we've included in this motion is that the city is reserving its right to disagree with some of the items that come out of the convention. That is very clear, and that is something that some of my colleagues had a concern with. Secondly, we are concerned about the diversity, both in terms of political ideology and ethnicity of participants of this convention. We made it very clear as a condition that the City of Los Angeles supports a state constitutional convention so long as it is reflective of those 2 items. And finally, I want to stress one point which my colleague Herb Wesson brought up, and that is we need to engage. What we have included in this motion is that we are making it a state legislative program for this city to monitor and engage with the state constitutional process. If we don't do that, we may not like the process at all, we may not like the product at all, and we're going to be left out. We might as well be involved, because the momentum is there to do something, and I'd rather be in the game than not be in the game at all. So, colleagues, I hope you could support this.
The matter is now before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
And joining us now by phone is District 14 Councilmember Jose Huizar. Councilmember Huizar, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
As you know, the state of California currently operates under a constitution. How long has that been around? How does it affect the average citizen, taxpayer, and voter? And do you believe it needs to be changed? And if so, why?
Well, it absolutely needs to be changed, Jack, and that's why the council supported an effort to convene a state convention to look at our Constitution. You know, the California Constitution hasn't been fundamentally revised since 1879, and the times are different. It was a different situation, a different way to govern. And in fact, here closer to home in Los Angeles, we recently revised our own Constitution, called the Charter. We convened individuals to make recommendations as to how we could better function as a city. And this will have a tremendous impact, I believe, on the way we live each and every day. I mean, we all felt the effects of the state not having a budget for several months. People were not getting paid. Our transportation suffered. Our ability to operate our schools suffered. And we need to do something so that we change the way the state fundamentally operates, and we don't have these late budgets being adopted, and so that we have a better way of making sure that your everyday citizen will have the transportation it needs, the schools it needs, and all the benefits that come in living in one of the best states. Now, changing people alone, electing new people alone, will not make matters better until we change the way the state functions.
An obvious question would be, who's behind the movement for change, and should we be concerned about the possibility of special interest groups trying to influence the outcome?
Yeah, there's been a grassroots effort, primarily coming from the Bay Area, that is working to make this possible. But, you know, like in any initiative, any idea, we all need to get involved. We all need to participate. We all need to make sure that it is representative of the people that live in California. And in fact, our motion that we passed here in City Council included some conditions such as that we would like to see a diversity of ethnicity, a diversity of political ideology, so that we make sure that all perspectives are being represented, and it's not just one perspective that is being represented at this convention. So we hope that as we move forward and we get a better and clearer picture as to what this may look like, that it's going to be representative of all people.
What determines if we actually convene a constitutional convention?
Well, you know, the voters will ultimately decide whether or not to create a convention. You know, similar to what we did here in Los Angeles in 1997, the voters voted to create a city charter commission that looked at our own so-called constitution. And the ultimate product of the state constitution review will actually come back to the voters to decide. So, one, the voters vote to have a convention in the first place, and secondly, whatever the convention participants come out with, the voters will then have a second shot to vote on the final product.
People around here 10 years ago, as I know you are, noticed that at one point we had two different charter conventions in Los Angeles. How would delegates to the state constitutional convention be chosen?
That's still being reviewed right now, and there are several ideas on the table. When we had our discussion here on City Council, there was some ideas that perhaps cities should have their appointing authority of delegates, or that the city should maintain some control over who represents the city at this convention. Maybe it's done by assembly districts. That's all being discussed right now, but at the end of the day, we hope that we abide by the main contentions in the Voting Rights Act, which has issues of diversity in it, and one person, one vote.
So even a California Constitutional Convention would fall under the Federal Voting Rights Act?
Not necessarily, although in our motion that we passed, we asked that they attempt to abide by those items in the Voting Rights Act, and the Voting Rights Act was intended to protect the interest of one person, one vote, and that in turn will result in more diversity and making sure that people's points of view are represented at the state convention.
At a convention, would everything be on the table? Would the entire state constitution be under review, or just certain areas? I know a lot of people, for example, are thinking about Prop 13.
Yeah. Well, there are certain aspects or certain issues that have been brought up as the main issues that people want to discuss. For example, the requirement in the state that we need a two-thirds of the legislature to approve the budget before it is passed. That certainly is going to be on the table, because we know that has been the culprit of many of the problems that we have in our great state. You know, I think it's two other states that have the same requirement, and in those states they have about 70% Democrats, and here we have found that the minority party has held the budget hostage for some minor issues that I think we shouldn't allow to see us from moving forward to adopt a budget. That's one item that will be discussed. Certainly term limits. We found that although the voters in the state of California generally support term limits, what we've seen is in the state assembly, for example, 2 3-year terms where assembly members get there and are already thinking of their re-election in the next couple of years, and after that they're out soon, so they are already looking for their next office. That tends to create some problems. And certainly the funding formulas for our schools will be discussed, and the convention will also look at the various commissions that operate under the state's jurisdiction. There's a lot of redundancy, and perhaps we need to look at see if we even need these commissions. But at the end of the day, we don't anticipate, at least from what we've been told, that there will be any specific tax changes, although it is we have yet to be seen whether Proposition 13 will be looked at.
In the interest of balance, of course, the people on the minority side of the aisle would no doubt say, oh, no, we're just putting the brakes on all those tax and spend people on the other side of the aisle.
That's just it. But, it's a minority political ideology that's holding hostage what people have elected our legislators to be. And it's not so much about political ideology. It's about having a better way for people to express their interests and ideas in the budget without just having a handful of people holding the whole budget hostage.
Another huge issue that you didn't mention yet, but would certainly come up, have to do with water issues and the apportionment of the water that's available in the state of California.
Yeah. This is an issue, the water issue is one that the state legislature, I believe, is supposed to take up in a special session soon, and I hope they can resolve it, because it's one of those issues where it's not affecting us as hard as it will be in the next few years. We expect water to come out of the faucet. We really don't think about where it comes from. But if we don't address that now, we're going to have some real issues in the near future. And so I hope the special session covers it. And I don't expect it to be a huge issue in the convention, but you never know. Our hope is that action by some of the large cities in the state that have taken some action to preserve our water consumption. I hope that will help as well. So we'll wait and see.
Finally, on this topic, if a constitutional convention is approved by the voters, when might we actually see change? When would it take effect?
Yeah, from what I understand, the organizers are talking about going to the ballot in November of 2010 to gain support for the convention, and then they will go back to the voters in either 2011 or 12 to ratify or reject their new document. And so it is still a ways away, and for your average person, once that is ratified or rejected in 2011, 2012, I imagine it would take effect immediately. And, we need some immediate relief. This economy has hurt all states throughout our union, but in California in particular, because of the way we have haphazardly created the structure in which we govern, we've created a lot of problems, and we need to fix that immediately.
And finally, on a happier note, you're calling for a special day on September 29th. Tell us about your resolution for International Bracero Day.
Oh, yes. I called on the council and the city to adopt September 29th as International Bracero Day. As you may know, braceros, primarily from Mexico, served this country when they were called upon to work in our fields and railroads and factories, to help put food on the table of Americans and to help our railroads going when our brave men and women were off fighting in World War II. There was a labor shortage. The program continued on to the 50s and 60s, where many braceros came from Mexico to help pick the vegetables and fruits that we all ate and continue to eat. But, unfortunately, some wages were garnered and deducted from their paychecks, both from the American and Mexican government. The American government has hence given back some of that money to the individual braceros, but the Mexican government continues to withhold that money. And what we did today was to declare September 29th International Bracero Day, and secondly, to make it a legislative issue for the city to lobby the American government to in turn lobby the Mexican government to give back this money that these braceros deserve. And for me, it's a personal issue. I actually, my father and many of my uncles were braceros coming to this country in the 50s and 60s to work in what they told me were sometimes horrible conditions, and we hope that these individuals who gave so much to this country could in turn be given back some money that was unjustly taken away from them. And, when I look at these individuals, they're all older men now in their 70s and 80s. It just, you see their hands, their wrinkled faces. The people who worked hard all their lives, and for the government to be stealing for them is just unacceptable, and we hope that the city of Los Angeles could help in this effort. And after all, many of these braceros are living in the city of Los Angeles today and are part of the fabric here in the city, so we hope we could help them.
And we're so glad. We were hoping that you would, in fact, make mention of your family connection with that whole story. District 7 Councilmember Jose Huizar, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thank you, Jack.
LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. Now, you can watch city council meetings live or view past meetings by going to the city's website at lacity.org and follow the instructions for a video on demand. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. And on Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending September 25th, 2009. On behalf of Taffy Eason and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
City of Los Angeles. When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
911 emergency. How old is your daughter? She's 4 years old. Her name's Janelle.
I lost my puppy. Can you help me?
We have a critical missing. There is an Amber Alert, so let's look for any information you get. Pass that into the watch commander. Let's be careful out there.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
This is my daughter.
Who's your units at 7855785, 2 levels is encouraged to eliminate Olympic and Ardmore Child Market. Suspect male 958 West, sorry, 5 towards Olympic. Property taking place currency. Code 3. 7855 Onion 7855 is in quick pursuit of a 2-level suspect southbound near the house is requesting backup. Any area and captain on police frequency.
To protect and to serve.
All units code 4, 11 to Catalina, suspect in custody.
Standing with our community.
Las Vegas Police Department this morning issued an Amber Alert. The suspect is driving a black Honda Civic.
Working as a team.
Hey, what's up?
I think I saw that car that you were looking for. Can you show us? Yeah, let's go.
They take pride in what they do.
Gatorade 10, code 6 on the
And when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Positive on the vehicle.
Roger. Last like 2, we have positive on the Amber Alert vehicle.
It looks like they found the car.
The LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
morning. This is Tuesday, September the 29th, 2009. Welcome to City Hall and the council chambers for the City of Los Angeles. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council, and if I could have some quiet in the chamber, please. A council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Meetings are open to the public for those who cannot make it to City Hall. The meetings are televised via cable on Channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website at www.lacity.org or at council phone 213-621-CITY. And again, if I could ask for quiet on the sides of the council chamber. For those who are having conversations on the sides, if you could go in the hallway in the back right now, that would be greatly appreciated. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson-Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Our first item of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves. Mr. Reyes seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Hahn moves. Mr. Labange seconds.
Madam President, this is Tuesday, and there is a flag salute.
All right, Mr. Labange, why don't you lead us in the flag salute? And everyone, please rise.
Thank you very much. I'd ask you all to rise, please, in the John Farrar Chambers here at Los Angeles City Hall on this date, the 29th of September. Everyone, please rise. Thank you. I'll ask everyone to rise. Sergeant, some people may not hear me. I don't know if they can.
For all those who are physically able to rise, please rise.
Right. Thank you. Raise your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Carolyn. Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I think it would be best to run through the agenda before taking up public comment.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 5 are street lighting districts, notice for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on October 20th.
Okay, that'll be without objection. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Items 6 through 10 are street lighting district ordinances, notice for public hearing.
There are no cards on that item. Would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Items 11 through 24 are items for which public hearings have been held.
All right. Would you please open the roll on those items? Mr. Rosendahl? Yes. Did you want
call that special? I'm going to call number 12 special and tie it to number 37 and also 13 special.
Mr. Parks and Mr. Rosendahl are calling 12 special. Mr. Parks is calling 13 special, tying 12 and 37 together. Ms. Hahn?
I'd like to call 13 and 19 special.
All right. Open the roll on the remainder of the items, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Items 25 through 36 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Members, are there any specials? Mr. Parks?
I asked for 32 special, and we'd ask that it's take it out of order. We have the family here on that request.
That was 32?
32.
32 to be taken out of order because the family is present.
Yes.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes, Madam President, 30M for a technical change.
Okay. No other specials on those items. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
You can make the change now if you want.
All right, you know what? Let's take up Mr. Rosendall's 30M now before we vote on the remaining items. Mr. Rosendahl, your technical correction.
Thank you, Madam President. It's moved the matter and you seconded, to declare the 25th Annual Abbott Kinney Street Festival on September 27, 2009, a special event, item number 30M on today's council agenda, be amended to add the following street closure: Abbott Kinney Boulevard from Venice Boulevard to Main Street.
All right. The clerk informs me that there's a card on that item, so we will have to hold that on the desk, Mr. Clerk. All right. Thank you. We'll hold 30M on the desk for you, Mr. Rosendahl. All right, let's open the roll on the remainder of the items. Close the roll.
Hold on, Madam
Oh,
President.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Cardenas.
Item 25, special.
25 for Mr. Cardenas. Any other specials, members? If you will, please open the roll. Oh, Mr. Cardenas?
We'd like to refer 27 to public safety.
Okay, that'll be without objection. Refer 27 to public safety, back to committee. And if we can, open the roll on the remainder of the items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
All right. Next item.
On the supplemental agenda, item 37 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Members,
I believe Mr.
that's
Parks wanted
tied
to call
to
that
Mr.
special.
Parks'
Tie it
12.
with the 12.
Okay, they go with 12. That one goes with 12. All right, he already called that special. All right, great. Let's hold on to that, and then next item.
Items 38 and 39 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
No one wishes to call that special?
There are cards on 38, Madam President.
39. I don't have any cards on 39, only 38. Okay. All right, well, then we'll have to call that special. Any other, next item? I don't have.
Would leave item 39. There's cards on 38.
Okay, then open the roll on 39. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
All right. Any other items?
That would take care of the items called special. Do you wish to go to public comment or take item 32 out of order?
At Mr. Parks' request, since the family is present, I would like to honor that request. Mr. Parks, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask the family, Wivetta Gilchrist, the mother, Doris Hill, the aunt, Joyce Blair, the aunt, and Lachelle Zachary, a cousin, to come up to the podium. And this is regarding a reward motion for Melvin James Como. Colleagues, we have the family here. Just to give you a backdrop, on August the 24th, 2008, approximately 8:40 p.m., Melvin James Como was fatally shot and killed by two armed men while walking in the area of Normandy and 94th Place. He was approached by two men on bicycles. One of the men produced a handgun and shot him several times and then fled westbound on 94th Street. The family's here to ask the community for personal support in bringing forth this case to a conclusion. LAPD's detectives have basically asked for this support in the fact of assisting and possibly bringing more leads. So, Mrs. Gilchrist, if you'd like to make some comments now.
My son Melvin was a good man. He was loved by many, many people, and he loved his family and his friends. He loved music, and he loved his job, which sometimes included working with special needs people. There's a lot I could tell you about my son, but we don't have enough time. He had many plans, he had hopes, he had dreams, which he'll never get a chance to see accomplished because someone took it upon themselves to end his life unnecessarily. I would just like to ask that if there's somebody out there who knows anything about Melvin's murder, that they would come forward with information, because the next person could be your loved one, your family member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilchrist. I'd ask the public, if you have any information, contact Detective Myra Kellum at 77th Criminal Gang Homicide Group at 213-485-1383, or the 24-hour number for LAPD is 1-877-527-3247. Colleagues, I'd ask for a aye vote on the $50,000 reward in hopes that we can assist LAPD in bringing this case to a conclusion.
Thank you. Do you want to open the roll? Okay. Open the roll, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and our condolences to the family. And send that forthwith, please. Next item.
Madam President, do you wish to take up public comment?
We'll go through the agenda quickly because I don't want to lose quorum, and then we will take up public comment. So what's the next item?
Item called special is item 12, called special by Councilmember Parks, and he wanted that coupled with item 37.
All right. Mr. Parks, there are cards on this item. Would you like to let the speakers go first, or would you? All right. Let's go to the San Fernando Valley for Donna Pierman.
Great. Are we on the number 12?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyway, this is... I'll be right there. Yeah. I'm speaking out here for city employees. I don't have my notes yet on this. So, yeah, this is about the sworn furloughs. Furloughs are, these are going to hurt the city when the people are put on furloughs. And they said that they weren't going to have furloughs, but it looks like it is back on here again to have them take an hour off, an equivalent up to 11 days or 8 to 11 days of furlough. And these places are already on, sanitation is on skeleton crew. So we really can't afford to see any furloughs being done. I know the people over in the libraries, they're very upset because they're very short-staffed. And that will only hurt, they'll have to close the libraries if they put anybody on furlough because they don't have enough employees as it is. And then the kids won't have any place to go. And this was a good place for them not to be in gangs. They can be on there. I always see them on the computers. And so we need to come up with something as long as you misuse the money and you throw all the money to the CRA, and then you shouldn't be asking any concessions for the city employees. So I'm going to let it go now. So don't go for furloughs. Think of city employees and give them what's their due. Thank you.
Ms. Monica Harmon.
Good morning. I'm handing out a motion that was filed back in April 2007 to name the new Hollenbeck Police Station after Captain Rudy De Leon retired. Rudy De Leon was the first Latino captain of LAPD, which opened the doors and allowed Latino officers to promote up the ranks. He's also the founder, one of the founders of LALE, the Latin Law Enforcement Organization, and the Hollenbeck Youth Center. Paul Gonzalez, the Olympic gold medalist from 1984, credits Rudy for starting the boxing gym in the basement.
Ms. Harmon, I'm sorry. That's not the topic that we're on right now. Did you intend to go into public comment?
Yes.
Okay, we're on item 12 right now, so I'll take your card and put it back into public comment.
Item 12 is the furloughs.
It's not about. She's talking about the naming of the Hollenbeck Station.
Well, right. Okay. We'll wait for that for public comment. Item number 12 was furloughing officers. You all know my point. You know how passionate I am about our police officers. I know people here have issues. I'm really concerned about all the terrorists occurring throughout the world. Iran testing their missiles. What happened in New York just last week, 3 of them, they still haven't caught. LAX. Gangbangers, the gang violence in the valley has gone up in the last week. You know, I understand the budget, but again, we need our officers. We've tried hard to increase the force. I know the budget, but you guys understand my point of view on that, and I appreciate you, you know, just trying to do your best to keep them out there, at least the patrol officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nina Royale.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nina Royal. I am Vice President in charge of safety for the Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council, and I am President of Sunland Tahunga Safety and Emergency Response Volunteer Services. I don't know if you remember this far back or not, but around 1997, I can tell you for a fact that officers that came out of the police academy and finished their P1 were sent to strange stations without training officers. Now, this jeopardizes the police officers, and it jeopardizes the community that you do this to. So you need to think twice before you furlough officers. If we go back to the 1993 level, Sunland Tahunga will return to the gang-infested community it once was. We worked for 20 years to bring this community back up to the standards that the quality of life was safe and happy for our citizens. Excuse me. So I'm asking you today to please reconsider if you're thinking of furloughing officers. We are not Glendale. We are not Burbank. We are not Beverly Hills where they think being out is a party. The city of LA has severe crime problems. This is emphasized by the last week in the San Fernando Valley with 4 murders. Please do not let this happen. The blood will be on your hands. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Murphy back in Van Nuys.
Good morning, Madam President, City Council. You heard what I told you guys before. I am against furloughs. You cannot close the libraries, city. You cannot close the libraries, parks. You cannot lay off cops and firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Before our next speaker comes up, I would like to ask the city attorney to give us some information on the record about wearing obscene words to be broadcast on Channel 35 and issues that may lead to disruption.
Yes, Madam President. There's an individual in Chambers that has a shirt on with an obscene word on it, and in light of the fact that these proceedings are broadcast, he can be asked to either remove the shirt or turn the shirt inside out.
So before I call the gentleman up, I'd like to give him the option of turning the shirt inside out or removing it. Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Garcetti, did you wish to comment? Okay, Mr. Rosendahl. All right. All right. Our next speaker will be Mr. Michael Hunt.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Madam President.
Mr. Garcetti.
In our last meeting, wearing that hood had a disruptive effect on a number of the folks that were in the audience, and I would like to establish that as precedent. I would like to ask Mr. Hunt to remove that as a precautionary measure. As we have said before, you can sit.
Mr. Hunt, I'll have to ask you to remove your hood. The presence of a hood is a disruptive force.
And
City Attorney.
And for the record, there were cries coming from the crowd yelling for him to take off the hood also.
You mean the ski mask?
No.
The hood?
He could keep the mask on. We don't need to see his face.
How many of you guys want to...
All right, you, Mr. Hunt, your behavior today has been disruptive, so proceed, but if it becomes disruptive again, I'll have to ask you to depart. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Can I ask one question, please?
No, please proceed.
Okay. I don't know how my mask or whatever was disruptive, but anyways, the financial report in the budget committee, here's the thing about this, and here's why everybody's pissed off about the furloughs and what's really going on. Because the city council has squandered all the money, and they forgot about these people right here. They squandered the $650 million. That's why they have to go on furloughs, because the city council, they they capriciously abused the discretion and gave away all the money to the developers downtown. Forgot about these people right here. That's why you guys are in trouble today. This is why these people are down here, because you guys protected the greedy and not the needy. And that's why you guys are having budget effects right now. This is the reason why everybody's here and everybody's here in committee, because no matter what you do, you still can't stop me. And I wore my T-shirt prior to this before, and you guys did not say nothing. And I wear abusive T-shirts even to court, and it wasn't disruptive in court. And the judge said as long as I'm protesting that those shirts were protected. And even with that, you guys still can't stop me, because these people here are going to take a hold to you guys, and they're going to say the same thing that we've been saying all the time. You guys have squandered the financial budget for the city, and you, the city council people, are responsible for that. $650 million to the developers. Without these people, that's why you guys are having financial crisis, because you guys were greedy.
Mr. Rick Nightingale is our next speaker in the San Fernando Valley.
The other thing is layoffs. Everybody says, well, God, I don't want to lose my jobs, but they're all protesting layoff. What would you rather do? Lose your jobs or go for furloughs? Because there's absolutely no money, and everybody knows there's no money. The school, and council, they didn't budget their money, because every time that you get a little bit of money in the bank, you have to spend it. You cannot have a rainy day. No government industry could have a budget or a money in the bank as a rainy day to turn around and go back to of when your budget runs low. You just won't do it, because somebody has to put their finger and says, we have all this money and it's burning a hole in my pocket, just like 90% of the people in the United States. How many people have a bank account that could last them 2, 3, 4, 5 months without turning around and getting a salary check? Nobody. Nobody knows how to save. I was taught that 30 years ago, and I turned around and I can't save. I did save. I lived under my means, and I did very well. But nobody can do it. And I don't understand why you can't do it. I realize times are hard, but if you took 10% of your money and put it away and didn't touch it for a rainy day, and that's including the city, the government, and otherwise, you would not have this situation that is going on today. So I feel sorry for you, but I can't feel sorry for this situation. But the council spends every dime that they get, like the school board and all the rest of them, and you people are going to have to learn to turn around and put something away. That's just the way it has to be. But the furlough days ain't going to work, because people are going to get laid off anyway. It's going to come. You might as well face reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no additional cards on this item. No speakers in the queue. Would you please open the roll on this item? Oh, Mr. Parks. Sorry. Your name's not on the board.
I'm sorry. Let me just ask the city staff to come up. I think it's important, even though we'd like to take number 37 first, because I think it's important, even though there are minor adjustments amongst departments. But I think the CAO, in giving us an overview of the current condition of this city's budgetary situation and revenue stream, would be important and put it in proper context as we go back to number 12.
I'm sorry, do you want to hear about the FSR to get the lay the groundwork first? That's what I thought you
primarily
wanted to
the
go.
financial issues.
Okay. I'll let you go into details. As you know, this is our first financial status report for fiscal year 2009-10, and we provided some background and some updates on both the reserve fund and our revenues. And those are primarily the two biggest pieces that we want to draw attention to the council today. Certainly, we had the controller in here a couple of weeks ago talking about the status of the reserve fund and where we finished up last year and where we are situated today. As you know, the reserve fund balance is down by roughly about $92 million from what the adopted budget at roughly $150 million. This certainly is a big swing from what we had projected when we put the budget together. It was due to certainly unrealized transfer from special parking, lower than anticipated receipts from last year. We were short in receipts by roughly about $36 million, and also the proposed transfer in the current year from revenue to the reserve fund. So roughly we're down at roughly $150 million, where in the budget we were looking at about 243.
That's in the reserve fund.
That is in the reserve fund. So revenue.
Ray, just for the public, could you just take a moment and explain to them the difference between the two elements of the reserve fund?
We have two pieces, two accounts in the reserve fund. We have the emergency reserve, which is set at the 2.75%, and then we also have the contingency. The emergency for this year is set at, I believe, $121 million, and then the balance goes into the contingency reserve.
Okay. And then also, could you explain, I think you made a projection that as of July 1st, that our revenues are coming in well below what was projected, and where are we now? What do we expect if this is going to continue?
Yes, revenue certainly. We are very concerned about revenue, and we had come into council a few weeks ago expressing our concern that we're down roughly about $75 million this year. And backing up a little bit, last year we had adjusted our revenues downward by $100 million. We believed that in making those changes, we were setting ourselves up as we moved into this year. However, what we found out in the last quarter of last year, we had some further declines in some of our key economic revenues. Sales tax, this is our utility users tax, our TOT, which is our hotel tax, and documentary transfer tax. And so we ended up actually, on top of the 100, another $36 million short in projected revenues. I would like to point out in our report, I believe it's attachment, I think it was 3F. It gives you an illustration of the sales tax. For example, in the March quarter ending, we had projected a 9% decline in our sales tax. And then in the quarter ending June 09, we projected another 9% decline. However, the March decline was roughly 17%, and the June quarter decline was 20%. We had budgeted, we thought very appropriately, with minus 9% for those two quarters. However, we were doubled in both those quarters. That just is a very quick and pointed illustration of the decline, the steep decline that we've had in our economy-sensitive revenues. Given that information, we are looking at a minus decline of about $75 million this year. Here again, it is some of our economic sensitive revenues. Sales tax is certainly a big one. The hotel tax and a few others. Unfortunately, given the deep, what I'll call trough, it would be very, very difficult for us to make up that revenue. I know a lot of economists and the Feds believe that there's some turnaround, and there's talk about the green shoots and how some of the businesses, there's some steadying of production and some other things. However, as far as city receipts are concerned, we have not seen any turnaround, and we don't expect to see a turnaround till next year.
Is part of that $75 million shortfall what the controller was referring to when she talked about $1 million per day overexpenditure compared to what we have as it relates to funds?
No, those are two separate things. The $75 million is just what we believe we are down from our budget numbers. The controller was talking about our over-expenditure based on the budget by $1 million a day.
So her figures were dealing with the budget as we approved it.
That's correct.
The $75 million is an additional shortfall beyond the budget as we approved it.
Yes.
Okay. And then also, could you give us a thumbnail on, generally we've been successful in our revenue because we have a variety of revenue sources. And I think this is the first time that many of us remember that so many of our revenue sources had flatlined or gone under where in the past they have had the ability to support each other. Can you give us an idea on the, I think it's 18 different revenue sources, which are the ones that have been hit the hardest as either flatlining or going under?
Certainly, the big ones, there are several categories. And I will start with the positive, because we do have one positive, and that is property tax. The receipts were higher at year end, simply because of, we had thought the collection rate would fall. However, it's been holding steady at roughly about 96-97%. As we get more data, we'll find out whether or not our revenue projection for this year is on track or not. However, that's the one bright spot. All the others are certainly in decline. Sales tax, as I mentioned, is one of the big ones. Just in looking, we had budgeted those declines, and it's certainly going to be more than that. I think we're looking at a good, what's the number, 7, I think 8 million or so there. TOT, here again, we could be short by $3-4 million. We have our utility users tax, which is the three components, the telephone, electric, and gas. Unfortunately, both gas and the electric are either going to be at a decline or holding steady a little bit.
When you mentioned the bright spot of a property tax, do we have some expectation as reappraisals may come in that we might be hit later, either this fiscal year or next year? Fiscal year as far as a deterioration of that number?
Actually, the reappraisals won't hit us until the following year for 10-11 and beyond. And certainly that's something we're very, very concerned with. Given all of the changeover in the property market on the residential side, and in the everyone's concerned about the commercial side at some of those reappraisals. And certainly as we go forward, we're very, very concerned that we are not going to see the growth in property tax that we had seen previously over the last several years, and most likely we will actually see declines in the assessed values.
Okay. And then also, although we've gone over it before, could you give us just a kind of a snapshot of where we are as it relates to the state and what they've done to us from their budget and how it impacts our budget? Go over that.
The state, Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. The state has made some budget balancing maneuvers, and a lot of that will impact us. We see $113 million predicted borrowing of city property tax revenue. There is a proposal for securing that with loans. However, the state's bill has not been acted on, and we still are waiting details on that. We also have state deferral of transfers related to the gas tax, and that offsets about $47.7 million in monthly transfers towards later in this year.
Okay. And then the other thing you mentioned earlier about the state, if they haven't passed the legislation in order for us to bond against that taking, when do we expect that might come about?
I believe the program, they're hoping to get that started by November, but I don't have the details at this time.
So that would give us only access to that money over the last 6 months of the fiscal year.
You know, I can't speak to that exactly.
And then,
there is a potential. As you know, we get our big lump, our first big lump property tax in December, and that's when the state will be doing the borrowing. But the mechanism, we believe, will be, as far as the securitization, should be about the same time frame. I can't say exactly at this point when we will get that money, but we do believe it'll be somewhere in by the third quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay. And then you may have mentioned it, but where are we on the impact of CRA funds?
Right now, there is a proposal to have the CRA pay money to the Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. CRA-LA is trying to participate in legal maneuver in order to contest this payment. However, if they do have to make that payment, that will be required in May.
Okay. And then, Ray, would you just give the council an overview that somewhere around July of this year, we floated a $1 billion+ trans, and just give the mechanics of what our obligations are in paying that back, what the timeline is. and where does it fit in the priorities of our revenue to pay those bonds back?
As you mentioned, we had borrowed close to $1 billion this year for 3 items to pay. Two of them were to pay our pensions and lay search contributions, which roughly about $660 million. The rest went to cash flow for the controller's office. We are required to pay that back by the end of this fiscal year. We do make 4 payments. I believe the first one is in February. As you indicated, the trans, as far as our debt, basically has first call on our revenue. So we must pay back our investors before we end up paying ourselves.
Okay. Colleagues, on the financial status report, I think it's the first one for this fiscal year, and the most meaningful information is talking about our current financial situation. The transfer of the funds that are mentioned in that report are primarily a ministerial activity of keeping accounts flush and fluid so people can continue doing their business. But we thought that on this item, number 37, the most important thing was talking about where we are on a cash flow and revenue side. And so what we'd like to do is, if there's no questions on number 37, before we go to number 12, I'd like to just take a moment and ask Mr. Cardenas has a very important motion.
Mr. Cardenas, please, thank you very much for your consideration, Mr. Parks. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I'd like to take up the motion on Rule 23. It's a reward motion. That be in order at this time?
We're going to take Mr. Cardenas's motion right now, now that it's been passed out.
It's been passed out, correct? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since the posting of today's agenda at approximately 1 a.m. on September 27th, a 4-month-old baby boy, Andrew Garcia, was fatally shot on the 14300 block of Kittredge Street in Van Nuys area. Immediate action is required to issue a reward offer and to apprehend a suspect for the safety of the community. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Please open the roll on the findings. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. Cardenas, the matter is before us now.
Thank you very much. This reward motion is to introduce a $50,000 reward for 2 suspects that were involved in the killing of a 4-month-old baby, Andrew Garcia, on the 14,300 block of Kittredge in the community of Van Nuys. It took place Saturday night, just after midnight, or technically early in Sunday morning. And if there are any witnesses, we'd like you to come forward. We do have now, if with the approval of this council and sending it forth to the mayor for his signature, a $50,000 reward for anyone who has information regarding the killing of Andrew Garcia. Apparently, it was 2 males that fled the scene, and they fired off a shotgun, according to the police department. Witnesses have said 6 shots were fired, and 2 other adults, an 18-year-old and a 28-year-old woman, were shot and injured as well. They were taken to the hospital. Little Andrew Garcia died at the hospital shortly thereafter, and I think it's very important that everybody understand that anytime this happens, it's incumbent upon every single one of us citizens, members of the community, to come forward if we have information. If anyone is afraid to come forward with information, I want to make it very clear, the police department will keep information anonymous. There are ways in which you can give information and remain completely anonymous. At this time, I'd like to announce the 2 homicide detectives that are working on the case. You can call them directly. It's James Nuttall or Mark Martinez, and they can be contacted at the phone number of 818-374-0040. Again, James Nuttall or Mark Martinez are ready to take your call and take any information you may have, and you can contact them at 818-374-0040. I gave my condolences on behalf of the community and the council and the city of Los Angeles to the two parents yesterday, and they want to remain as anonymous as possible, but they did beg me to please put this reward motion forward and to ask the community and beg the community to please come forward if you have any information. They lost their 4-month-old baby. This should not happen to anyone. These two killers are still at large, and with your help, I hope and pray that we can find them so that they don't put this on anyone else in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. I just want to rise and thank you for bringing this in specially. Absolutely, we will vote for this today and hope that this will be the incentive that is needed for someone to come forward. And we want the parents to know that, yes, we're a big city, and yes, we see crime stats every single morning in our morning reports, but this really touched a nerve, I think, in all of us. We're so sorry for their loss of little baby Andrew. My son and daughter-in-law and my 6-month-old granddaughter, Isabella, are now living with me. And this morning, my daughter-in-law and I were talking about this unspeakable crime at the breakfast table. And as you said, it should not happen to anyone. And we hope that someone out there saw something and they'll come forward so we can bring these people to justice. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. No additional speakers in the queue. Please open the roll on this Rule 23 motion. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
Madam President, so that we can get it to the mayor faster than forthwith, if we could, I'd like to move to suspend the rules so that we can send it to the mayor immediately.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. Garcetti seconds your motion to suspend the rules. Yes. Mr. Clerk, open the roll on Mr. Cardenas' motion to suspend the rules. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Motion will go immediately over to the mayor's office for signature. Now we will go back to Mr. Park's item. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd like to do is, I think we've covered all the material in number 37, is to move over to number 12. And before we start going through the minority report, I'd like to make a verbal motion that on item 12, number 13 of the minority report, A and B, that those two items be moved to the Public Safety and Budget and Finance joint meeting to be heard on Monday, October the 5th at 1 p.m. to address those two issues. I'd ask that the CAO go through the item number 12 and just give the council an overview of what changes were made as it relates to the other items. And then also we'll accept Mr. Weezar's motion 12A as a friendly amendment. We thought it was included in number 14, but this is more precise language in which the CAO has been directed to reevaluate his issues from committee. So we'll accept that as a friendly motion 12A, but ask that the CAO go through the new minority report other than items 13A and B, and also the CLA if there's additional information, just to give us an overview of what items we're dealing with and what's before the council today.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. As you know, the CAO's office laid out an operational plan report a few weeks ago. However, with the efforts of everyone involved, alternate proposals have been brought before council for approval. So this operational report has been divided up into various pieces, and certain of the items, the original recommendations, have been recommended to be received in file. Others have been placed on hold pending further outcome and discussions of the operational plan. So, if I may, you segregated 13A and B, which had to do with sworn, and that will go to public safety. The recommendations, one is simply to receive and file the original recommendations 1, 2, and 12, given the subsequent action by council on the operational plan report. When it comes to the furlough, those have been referred to the ERC committee and pending further discussion on outcome of the ERIP. The other recommendations will be held until, this is recommendation 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 regarding the operational plans. This has to do with the service level reduction of 926 employees, instructing personnel to go through the layoff list, and GM, general manager, to identify the number and classification of employees. All those have been put on hold pending the outcome of the early retirement proposal and the ultimate operational plan. We were asked to actually put together a group, the CAO with the CLA, personnel controller. When the revised operational plan comes back, we will be monitoring those savings over the course of the year to make sure we achieve all of our goals as stipulated in the agreements. At the same time, there is a remaining piece that we need to solve, and it's roughly about $58 to $59 million. And our office, along with the CLA and departments, will be looking at the revised operational plans for departments to come up with alternatives. Okay. I think that lays out most of the bigger pieces. Like you mentioned, there were some instructions when it comes to engineering to look at alternative proposals, as well as your report also carves out aging, El Pueblo, City Clerk, Animal Services, Finance, Fire, GSD, and ITA, Neighborhood Empowerment, Police, the Board of Public Works, and Transportation. Okay. So we'll be sitting with those departments in the coming weeks.
Aging?
You did add aging. All right. But aging was in a little bit better situation that we just had to make sure we allowed them to hire.
Yeah, I think they had a motion that we figured we'd plug in there and deal with it all at one time. Colleagues, again, so everybody's aware, on 13A and B that's going to the joint committee, it will deal with the issue of evaluating the emergency declaration and as it relates to sworn furloughs in the context of the current negotiation. And the second item, B, is looking at and making a recommendation to the council regarding future classes within LAPD. Currently, their classes schedule size 40 for each month of this fiscal year, and as of today, the October class, or I guess Friday, the October class is moving forward, which puts us somewhere in excess of 50 people above the scheduled hiring plan. And so we'll be dealing with this on October the 5th. And so if there's questions, certainly the staff is here to respond to them. Otherwise, I'd ask that we approve 37 and 12 as amended.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for that. And thank you, Mr. Parks, always for your leadership on the committee. I'm just a little curious about item number 12 in terms of police. Does this impact the police hiring program, the new letter going out, and the new cadets in the school?
No, I believe those letters, those offers went out last Friday, so this will not affect the scheduled October class.
It will not. Okay. So even though our committee voted 2-2 on that issue, that is moot.
Yes, as I believe what the motion before you is basically to send item 13A and B to public safety to have the further policy discussion.
But item 12, which was basically dealing with it, that's resolved now? Meaning we're going to have the class?
Yes. The October class is scheduled will proceed.
Mm-hmm. The furlough issues, which are sort of vague in this, are they presented in this item that we're sending back to committee?
The issue of sworn furloughs will be sent back to public safety as well to have some further conversation.
So will we have the conversation in budget as well on the furlough issue?
It will ultimately circle back around to budget.
Okay.
If we get to that point.
Okay, because my bottom line is furloughs is a big issue for me. Please.
Okay. October the 5th, it'll be a joint meeting of Budget and Finance and Public Safety to discuss those issues.
Oh, great. Good. So in a declarative sense, if people were to appreciate some of the issues between now and then, we might be able to resolve it. For instance, able-bodied officers and civilian jobs is an issue. The LAX issue for me, which is we do not want general fund to pay for cops that LAWA doesn't want to pay for, and some other issues like that. We'll have that chance in a joint meeting to discuss that.
Yes. On Monday.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Mr. Labange.
I think that was a point of
Ms.
clarification.
Hahn, I'm sorry. Mr. Labange was up next.
That's okay.
You're
I'm sorry.
after Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much.
And then Mr. Reyes.
Could you just go over those topics when you said that Mr. Parks earlier questioned about where our revenue sources are, taxes? What else? Just so we know all. Taxes, fines, what are our...
I'm sorry.
We were reading from a list. If that list, I
Yes.
thought it would be worth to circulate. I'm sure all members would be interested in it.
Certainly, actually, in our FSR, we laid out in our summary a number of categories that we've been working. Go ahead.
Attachment 3B lists all the revenue sources and their projected declines for
Well, could just put so everybody could hear. So there's property taxes, state and federal contribution. You could just read the list. I think
Okay, we have property taxes, projected variance positive of 17 million. We have utility users tax down by 7 million. License permit fees and fines down by 9 million.
Is that license permits, fees, and fines? Are they parking fines, or are they just fines for,
That encompasses all department receipts.
including parking fines?
I believe so, yes.
So parking fines are down by 7 million?
Well, parking fines along with other license
Right.
permit fees and fines.
Okay.
We have business tax up about 12 million, sales tax down 7 million. These are projections. Documentary transfer tax down 2 million, power revenue transfer down 2 million, parking fines 800. I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, no, it's okay. Yeah, parking fines are actually probably projected to be okay.
Okay, so that's separate out from the other fines?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm
that's
sorry
correct.
for that.
That's
correct.
okay.
We have franchise income down by 2.7 million, state motor license vehicle fees up by 1.8, and grant receipts down 1.3.
Good, okay, and then on this issue here, have you looked back in other slumps that the city has been in to see what things have happened in other times, in, let's say in the early 90s when there was a slump, or 70s, just to look at the record. Sometimes we have a great archives here, but sometimes there may be something that will give us an idea to help us get through this darkness.
It may be difficult to quantify, but there are several attachments for each of the revenue sources that sort of show trends over time.
Over time, over the 40-year period? Because I think drastically since 1978, with the reform of California property tax, that has been the most drastic change as we proceed through the years.
That's true, if I may. We actually did a little research from the early 90s, as you just suggested, and we looked at, we had a couple years where we had some negative growth in a lot of our key revenues, and we had a big bump, so to speak, there. We had the unemployment issue, we had the aerospace issue. It also led into the housing troubles that we had as well. One of the things that we had noted that the city did in order to get out of it is we actually increased some of our revenues. As you know, Prop 218 was not approved until the 96.
Right.
And so during those years, we actually increased some of our rates, our tax rates, that helped us sort of weather that storm a little bit easier than we're actually kind of in the situation we are.
And how much is in our reserve fund today?
Roughly, I believe, is about 148 or so.
48
million.
And what do you feel comfortable?
We prefer about a 5% minimum. I know GFOA and other organizations prefer a minimum of 5%. Certainly, we like 5% for a variety of reasons. One, to help us deal with our cash flow at the beginning of our fiscal years. Also, to help preserve our strong credit rating. Our AA, et cetera.
Do you have this number off the top of your head? How much interest is laying out there for us? If we have a credit card that we have used over the course of time, just how much of us is into the interest?
Well, I think our budget this year has over $200 million in interest on MICLA.
MICLA.
That has been has unfortunately been referred to as credit card. It funds a number of things, pools, and
Good things that we need to do, but do it
That's
right
correct.
on that. We've got to change that credit card to a debit card. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, CAO and CLA.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Ms. Perry. First of all, I just want to go back to the October class for police officers. It seems to me that the committee was split. Two felt like we should defer the October class, and two felt like
move forward.
yeah. But the CIO's recommendation was to defer.
I don't recall if we had a recommendation, but
Okay.
I believe what happened because the committee was split, the offer letters had to go out at the end of that last week because possible recruits needed a good 2 weeks
Yeah.
in order to do some planning. And so it is our understanding they're going full speed ahead with that October class.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that I just feel like the committee was split. It hadn't really come to the full city council for that. So I think that might have been a little premature to have sent those letters out. But what's done is done. But I'm not sure that was the right move to make at this point. Because I think there's a lot of us who feel that we're very hesitant about moving forward with hiring new cops if it means furloughing current police officers from the department. So I'm always surprised to have seen it go out. Let me ask a couple of other questions.
Well, I was going to say I think you'll have another opportunity to look at that issue. So.
Okay. Let me just, the discussion on the shortfalls and where we've lost money or where money has not come in, that's still in our number, right? That's still our 405. That's not any new money to be added to the deficit. That was all still a part of that.
The 75 was part of the 405,
Okay.
yes.
Let me ask something about our property taxes and this idea of the state borrowing the money, and then we have 1A loans, and we can either sell the loans for an upfront payment or hold on. Now, can you explain those two options that's before us, and maybe what's the better route to go, in your opinion? Do you hold my time?
Sure. Roughly, the proposal that the state action basically takes about 8% of our property tax. Our estimate is $113 million. So the option is to participate in what I'll call this statewide type JPA, where basically that organization will bond against those receipts, and we will get the full $113 million. But then we basically give up the receipts when they're paid back by the state.
But we will have them up front.
But we'll have them up front.
Free and clear. We wouldn't have to pay.
It's our understanding going through the legislation that we will get the full 113. Previously, we were a little concerned that the actual borrowing costs, that we would have to bear those. But it looks like the state will be bearing those costs.
So, and is that the route we're going to take?
We believe that's probably the most prudent route for us to take.
Let me ask about the gas tax. They are now taking our gas tax, some of it, and then we're supposed to get it back in January. Is that the plan?
That is correct.
Is there any fear or anxiety that they may decide that they want to keep it a little bit longer or keep it forever? Or
Right now, the current legislation's changing about the deferral schedule, but there's no discussion about keeping that money. So it's more just delay in receiving the funds.
delay receiving it. So say we delay receiving our money. What can we borrow? That leaves a big hole, I think, for us in terms of a lot of the projects that we were hoping to complete with people's roads and streets. Big projects. What are we going to do? Are we going to borrow money to fill that gap?
For Prop 42 funds, you can use Proposition 1B infrastructure bond money to front fund that, and then there's a current bill that might allow us to do the same thing with gas tax.
And we have been in discussions with street services because it's, I mean, they're the bulk of the projects where they're going to be affected. And so we're looking at the options. Melissa mentioned the prop, you're looking at some of the mechanisms using the Prop 1B money to help fill in that gap and some of the things. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't cover everything that gas tax funded, but we're looking to try to cover as much as we can. And certainly we are concerned, given prior state action, they say that they will repay the Prop 42, the other portion of the gas tax are just a deferral, but one never trusts the state.
Yes, one never trusts the state. I think that's right. And I think that's really what everyone has to be very aware of. We certainly got a lot less of our receipts coming in, a lot less revenue. But on top of that, the state decided to balance their budget on the backs of local municipalities up and down the state. We're all facing this incredible raiding of our own city coffers, which makes it very difficult for us to continue providing some of the services that we had counted on. It's made us have to go back to the tables with our workers in the city and try to work something out. So it's been very problematic. I think the 1A that we all thought was going to be a good deal turned out, I think, to leave too many loopholes that were not protected. And I think there's efforts to do a 1A, a better 1A. Next time around, so that we're better protected. Let me ask one last question about the utility users tax. You said we've really received a lot less in that, but I think the conventional wisdom out there from a lot of people is that their electricity bills have been higher. Some people talk about their bills being triple. Isn't that bringing in more revenue with our utility users tax? And to what do we account this decline in the UUT tax?
We have utility users tax by increasing declines in city power sales, and I just wanted to point out it's not just residential users, we also have manufacturing.
So unfortunately, there have been actually, over the last 12 months, roughly about a 3% decline, and the last 3 months of last year.
To what do we attribute that to?
It's basically actually sales and usage. Usage is actually coming down a little bit, and then that's on electric, and that's not a whole lot of money, but we are seeing some declines.
Right. But are we seeing some increase in the residential side of utility user tax?
Unfortunately,
we would have to. I mean, we would have to.
Unfortunately, the revenue is coming to us. We are not seeing the growth. So the other piece that's part of the utility is the gas.
Right.
And then what has happened over the last 6 months of the year, a lot of the futures in the market were on the decline, and so that is factored into the money that we've seen as well.
Let me just ask you a technical question. Certainly with this economy, maybe people are having hard times paying their DWP bill. Do we know that if people pay a portion of their bill, how that works in terms of the utility users tax? Does DWP take as much as they can and wait to refund the tax?
They're probably best to answer that. I recall a discussion where I think they collect a number of things on the bill, and I believe there's a rotational on how they are applied, but we'd have to ask DWP to verify that information.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilwoman, I'd like to make one comment.
Okay.
That with regard to your concern about the October Police Academy class, that if the council wishes, you could take an action today to instruct the police department to not issue letters for future classes, so that just in the event that your recommendation 13A and B don't come back, or the timing of it may allow a future class, another class.
So September and October are taken care of, but you're talking about maybe a November
a subsequent class.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. In reviewing the CAO report, there's one area that I know this council has been working on, and I think Councilman Bernard had in his committee earlier, regarding collections. Is there a way, and it would be a friendly amendment, to add how our collection activity is performing? I know there's some efforts to change, and can I say this, upgrade or update or be more aggressive in our methods of how we do our collections. And the League of Cities, I have discussions with other city leaders, and they talk about how they are a little bit more innovative in making collections. Sometimes they have entities that kind of get comfortable in their process and not really beating all the bushes to get the revenue that should be collected that's due to the city. Is that a chapter or an element or a paragraph that could be added that speaks to how collections are progressing?
Certainly it's something that we can report back. You may or may not be aware, there's actually a report by Finance that's sitting in Budget and Finance Committee that talks about some of the collection agencies and whether there's needs to be a revised RFP or amendment to bring more collection agencies on board. We also had a good discussion on what we were going to do with the DOT's parking tickets and in that collection. We also had a discussion on fire, on ambulance billing. You know, they're moving forward with the new billing system and the new handheld program that should help collection efforts there. So it would be appropriate to, certainly we're looking at our revenues. Melissa mentioned license, permits, fees, and fines. That's really all those things where we go out and bill and so forth. And that's where we need to probably go back and take another look at our collection efforts there.
So Councilor Parks, if I may, I'm doing a friendly motion which would add a chapter or paragraph on collection activity, how it's improving or where it's at. Is that something that you'll be amenable to in this report?
Yeah, the thing is, you may want to wait for number 13 when we're talking about the amnesty program. That's part of us collecting. I mean, that fits better, but I have no problem amending the report and talk about collections, but that's going to be on number, I think, 13. Okay.
Well, whatever is more efficient in getting us to a place where we're lighting the fire under the folks who are in charge of collections. So.
Okay. Well, I think that maybe 13 would be better suited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll follow your lead on that. Thank you.
Mr. Weezer. Oh.
Thank you, Madam President. So to be clear, the item on 13A, 13B with the hiring of officers, I was going back to Budget Committee, but as
Public Safety.
And Public Safety jointly. But as of now, we're moving forward with the October recruitment class.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And whatever the committee, joint committee decides, would it affect the October class, or is that only for the November class?
It would only affect going forward probably November class. At this point, the October class will be proceeding as scheduled.
All right, okay, thank you. And colleagues, I just wanted to also bring to your attention item 12A. It's a motion amendment to this item submitted by myself and seconded by Mr. Parks, that more specifically asks the Bureau of Engineering to look at some projects that have been in the operational plan and they may be suspended. And we asked several departments in this report to go back and come back with a different operational plan, but we wanted just to call out these projects in particular so that they pay some attention to them. One is the Boyle Heights Neighborhood City Hall renovations that are undergoing seismic repairs. And the other are three pools, 109th Street School pool, Costello pool, and the Lincoln pool. Those items we're putting them more specifically in the report so the Bureau of Engineering could see that the council asked us to look at those in particular. So thank you for your support on that.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. Mr. Koretz, for the first time.
Yeah, just one quick question on the same subject of the classes. Are we continuing to start up new classes as we're having this discussion?
Well, basically, there's a class that's scheduled to start in mid-October, and that class will be proceeding as planned.
So we weren't talking about hiring classes that are graduating in October. We're talking about actually beginning new classes.
That's correct. We're beginning a new recruit class in October.
Do we have any way to put that on hold until we've actually had our discussions?
As I understand it, those offers went out towards the end of last week on Friday. We'd have to ask the police department whether they can actually hold that class.
Can we ask that question?
We can ask them. We'd have to talk to them right away as those offers went out. So,
Do we have a representative here by any chance that we could ask? Right, I'm wondering if we should wait until the 5th for that particular question.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Oh, Rhonda's here.
Oh, okay.
I know we're going to be discussing the issue on the 5th, but I don't know if we might not want to wait until then to determine whether we should proceed with starting up another new class.
Your question was, I'm sorry, Rhonda Sims Lewis, LAPD. Your question was whether or not we could do anything about reversing the October job offers?
Whether we could hold those until we've actually had the policy discussion in committee.
I believe that Chief Papa testified before the Budget and Finance Committee last week that Friday would be the last point to be able to hold back on those job offers because it was not prudent to give the candidates less than 2 weeks' notice because, of course, they would go back and give their employers 2 weeks' notice. So Friday was the absolute last day we could wait before we would give those job offers.
So those folks have already given 2 weeks' notice to other employers to become part of that class.
Right.
So so policy-wise, we'd be looking at whether we could halt the process before the next class rather than this one. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Garcetti, for the first time.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, folks. As you all know, we're right today at a critical juncture, as we have been for the last couple of weeks in our negotiations with our police union for our contract moving forward. I've talked to our budget chair, and I think this is a really important issue, and I really appreciate and I'm sympathetic with Ms. Hahn's motion, and myself, if I was in Budget and Finance Committee, I would move that forward. I think it's important, though, to send it to committee potentially today to allow us to have the space to finish our negotiations without other things clouding that, which in no way is to take away from the sentiment of that. We had, Chief Papa came to our EERC meeting this past Friday because those numbers are floating around and spoke to all of us on EERC about really managing to make sure that we hit that target, because we don't want to be at the end of the year and suddenly say, whoops, as we did, I believe, last year, we're 50, 60, however many cops ahead of schedule. That's been a good thing because we wanted to grow the department, so it hasn't been a bad thing for the police department to do. But this year, we have her assurance that really they will manage and give us the suggestions as well. Look, we seem this much over. We might need to do 35 next month, 32, whatever month. We also know there's an attrition rate, and we have to see how that occurs and who retires this year. And so we just need the assurance, I think, as council this year, because there are so few dollars that we can't just depend that it will average out the end. We need that month-to-month management. Appreciate the CLA and CAO keeping their eyes out very carefully on that. If we're not hearing those suggestions from PD suggesting to us what those numbers should be, but in terms of moving forward today, I just don't want that to become the dominant discussion suddenly behind closed doors between our CAO and the PPL of doing that. So I think that would be very important, and so I would move that, and I know Mr. Parks is going to take that up expeditiously as well. I also know there's a lot of folks who have been very patient. We appreciate the budget stuff right now, and I know we'll be hearing from you shortly, so thank you for your patience on all that. We will, though, I think, have the opportunity, I hope, if this comes together, to have a resolution with our police union very soon, and appreciate everybody's work on that as well, especially our budget chair, who's been working very hard to make sure that we do that in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a healthy discussion to have it here, and then it goes back to budget and finance. Could you just turn your head a little bit so I can see you? Good. Great. Okay. All right. Where do you see us in our issues right now? What will be going from the police department's point of view? What will be going before budget and finance and public safety on Monday? What are the hot buttons as you see it?
Well, Jim Kanzler, Commanding Officer, Personnel Group. Right now, we've hired 4 classes. We've got 159 candidates, recruit officers in the academy. With the 40 that we hired for the October class, that'll give us 199. And the issue will be whether we're going to hire the November class. And I would say that's the thrust of what the issue is, the November class. But keeping in mind, as Councilman Garcetti said, that with attrition, we would manage the numbers to ensure that although we may be 19 over right now with the number of officers, we would ensure that we would even out at the end, that it match attrition at the end of the fiscal year.
I see. And are you also clear as a police department that if we're going to bring new ones in, we're not going to be furloughing an officer at the same time, which is counterintuitive to me?
You know, I think that's a real huge issue for the council and for the department right now, is how we're going to close our budget deficit. I think we're all aware that in our sworn salary account, there's a $129 million deficit right now. Also, though, we also have the obligation to follow the council's mandate, which was to hire to attrition for this year. So we will continue on that program. You gave us a line item to hire to attrition, and we'll continue on that. Although on the other end, we do have that $129 million budget deficit to deal with.
Okay, I want to make it very clear. I want to hire to attrition, but I don't want to furlough a single cop, because here's an officer fully trained. You don't want to put him out for a day. You got to find another way. You got to look at the bonuses. You got to look at doing civilian jobs, not cops doing civilian jobs. You have to look at the LAX mix. And if I could, Madam President, just a point of privilege, if I could ask the union guy who wanted to make a comment, just to make one quick comment.
Go to the lectern. Excuse me, please stop. Please. I have to ask you to refrain from disrupting the meeting. Excuse me. You'll have to be seated. I'll have to ask you to leave. I will have to ask you to leave. Your time is about to come for public comment. If not, I'll have to shut the meeting down. Mr. Rosendahl.
What did Bill say?
Mr. Rosendahl, you can tell your individual to go to the lectern. All speakers go to the lectern, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl, go to the lectern. He needs to go to the lectern. He's not to be seated at the table. Mr. Rosendahl, he's not to be seated at the table. He goes to the lectern. Please proceed, sir. Please proceed.
First of all, I didn't mean to cause a commotion here. I appreciate the fact.
Please proceed, Mr. Ropovich. You wish to proceed?
I appreciate
the fact
that the council is having the dialogue that it is on the budget.
Please proceed. I'd like to have a motion to recess the meeting. Motion to recess the meeting from Mr. Labange, seconded by Mr. Zine. The meeting is now in recess. Or we can go off the air. Open the roll on the motion to recess the meeting. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote. The meeting is now officially in recess. Audience decides to sit down and await your turn. We are now in recess. The meeting is not in session.
to hear what people say. If people want to protest and do a large group thing, you can do that in city property as well, as I know many of you have done well here. But here, we have a responsibility to hear individual speakers, the viewers who are there on Channel 35 and watch us on the internet who are going to call in need to hear what the individual ideas are as well. And that's what we are... Sir, we will start kicking people out if you shout out, because you will be drowning out even the voices of your own members. So please, have that, and that's coming next. Okay?
Mr. Rosendahl. Was he done? Were you done, Mr. Rosendahl?
I wasn't done, but I appreciate the democracy at its best. I appreciate your anger and your concerns about the issue. What I was trying to discuss is the police hiring issue, which is a significant issue, be it good, bad, or the indifferent. But it is a very serious issue that the city has to face, and we have to make decisions on that next week. So that discussion you saw wasn't just a droning discussion. It was a serious issue about police being hired or not hired or whatever.
Okay, so Mr. Rosendahl, if we can get back on the item. Did you want to speak more?
I would love to let Mr. Repovich make his comment, if we could do that.
He needs to go to the lectern to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and just let him finish his words. That's all you have to let him do, so he has to go on the record about that issue. Then we're looking forward. Peter, come on up. Let's go. It'll be 1 second. That's all it's going to be. Then you get a chance, okay? Go for it. Please.
Not a problem.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Look, I apologize very much for what just went on here, but very important. Our police officers every day hear furloughs and pay cuts. They've heard that forever. We've been at the table since January, and we're still talking about whether we should stop hiring of police. Our message has been very clear. You need to stop hiring. We cannot go to our membership and ask them to take a pay cut or to take anything from our membership, furloughs, whatever it may be, and continue to hire. So that's the important thing to remember as we go forward. We've been a diligent group of people at the table. And here we are, and we're debating whether we're going to continue to hire. So I'd ask, please, stop hiring and stop talking about furloughs and taking benefits and pay from our members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And this will go back to committee on Monday for a more robust discussion. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. We have the representatives from the Police Department and the CAO, CLA back at the table, please. And can you hold my time, please, Madam President? How many officers are in drop 1 year up to 5 years?
We have about 540 officers in drop right now.
540?
Right.
And the time of retirement, how many will be retiring in 1 year, how many will be retiring in 5 years based upon the 540?
I don't have that information before me.
Because if we're going to fill to attrition, we need to know those numbers, because in 5 years, they need to move on.
Well, what we've accounted for is about, I believe it's somewhere around 15 drops a month.
15 a month?
On average.
Okay. And there's a big gap in civilian personnel. Last time I heard it was 650. The jailers, communications, PSRs, how big is that gap now with the civilian force that's being backfilled by sworn police officers?
Before this budget was put into place, we had well over 600 vacancies on the civilian side. 371 were cut out of our budget. They no longer exist in our budget. They were vacant, most of them.
Now, have those been filled by police officers?
Not in every case. In many cases, we're doing without. In some cases, we have people who are in acting positions. And in some cases, we have drawn in police officers to assist.
See, one of the concerns I have is we're taking police officers out of the field, putting them into civilian positions, paperwork or whatever else they're doing, a responsibility that is important, then we keep hiring more police officers, and we're putting more people in administrative functions, and we're missing the gap, and we're really missing the mark of putting police officers in the field, whether they're police officers in a black and white or detectives or whatever the detail may. We need to analyze that, and we pay a police officer much more than we pay a civilian.
Yes, sir. We did analyze that recently within the past 4 or 5 months, and we found that there were approximately 65 officers working full-time in civilian jobs that should be civilians.
65. So 65 officers that are currently working functions other than field law enforcement.
Yes,
And
full-time.
do we have any plan, because you mentioned the sworn salary account, $129 million. Do we have a civilian account, and where is that?
Depending on what happens with the early retirement, the civilian side of our house, our shared sacrifice was about $31 million.
So what I see happening is the civilians who are going to retire, you're going to be a wider gap, fewer civilians doing those responsibilities, more officers that we're going to hire, more officers put in administrative functions, and we're really not going to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. We need to do something to hire civilians for the administrative functions. I don't see any effort in that. I see it's all toward sworn officers, sworn officers, sworn officers. Keep that magic number of 10,000. If you don't have the support personnel are going to be your police officers. That makes no sense. Why haven't we ironed that part out?
Well, sir, the civilian side of our house has been frozen for at least the prior fiscal year and for this fiscal year. We have not been allowed to hire.
But there's never been an emphasis to say hire 10 civilians for 2 police officers, or
yes.
whatever the ratio is.
Actually, the chief ordered or requested from the controller audit to tell him exactly what positions should be civilianized in our department. That audit was completed 9, 10, up to a year ago. But there has never been the funding on the civilian side of the house to be able to fill those positions with civilians.
And if we had $100 million, we could hire 3 or 4 times the number of civilians than we could police officers. Because we don't have to equip them with all the equipment that police officers need. They don't have to go through the academy. There's a whole different balance, and I think we need to put some more emphasis on hiring officers to attrition level if we want to maintain the 10,000. But some emphasis needs to come around for the civilian workforce, especially with the retirement. You're going to have a wider gap. So whatever gain we're going to get is going to be diminished by the fact is they're going to be filling those civilian positions. We need to put some emphasis on that. Ray, can you comment on that?
I would agree. Certainly there's been, given, as Rhonda just mentioned, there's been attrition that has flown out of the civilian side. Unfortunately, we have not had the dollars. All the dollars have been going to the sworn side, and have not been able to get the dollars into civilian where we're needed in some of the critical positions. And I think, as you know, civilian staff is certainly cheaper to bring on board than.
But when you have a sworn doing a civilian position, we're gaining nothing, except we're spending more money on a police officer doing a civilian job, and with the retirement coming around, we're going to have a whole lot more leave. That has basically been ignored and pushed aside. I think we really need to put some emphasis on that from the police department side, from the council side, from public safety side, to say, folks, let's wake up. If we're going to take 100 officers out of the field and put them in the jail, or 50 and put them in the jail, because that was a consideration, versus opening the Metropolitan Jail at a later date, that doesn't make any sense. We need to balance this, and it's not balanced. It's only balanced on blue suits. We need to do something to the civilian workforce so we can have some balance. And I think the balance is so disjointed now, we're going to suffer the consequences. So whether it comes from the mayor's office or our public safety committee, Mr. Koretz, somehow we need to recognize we need to have a civilian component, and that has to be addressed in this budget, and not just ignored because we've ignored it way too long.
Thank you.
Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Zine, you made some excellent points. And again, I think that's the accountability that the public is looking for as we're trying to solve these budget problems. So on that note, what I'd like to do is make a motion, and I hope I get a second, that we suspend, taking Lynn's suggestion, that we take action today to suspend any future letters being sent out for job applicants until we get a handle, thank you, on some of these issues we're talking about. I would ask that it be sent to committee so that you guys can look at it, discuss it, and I think before we move forward on more hires, Mr. Zion, we need to have a plan to fill the civilian positions so that we're not just hiring sworn officers and putting them into civilian jobs. So, again, my motion is to suspend any future letters going out for any new hires in the police department, and would like for that to be sent to committee until we get a handle on some of these issues that we're grappling with. And I agree with Mr. Repovich. You know, I don't want to see furloughs of current sworn officers while we were hiring new ones. I just don't think that makes sense, and I don't think that's the right thing for us to do right now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Parks, and then Mr. Koretz.
Madam President, colleagues, we have every intention on the 5th to have a joint public safety budget meeting at 1 o'clock. We certainly will have Ms. Hahn's motion, also the amendment that Mr. Weezer made. That will be eventually committee. A couple of things that I think we need to think about overall in the budget is that in the condition the budget is in right now, we do not have the ability on this longer-term issue to find money for civilians at this time to replace officers. So there's got to be over a gradual period of time. The other issue I think that's important, and we've been discussing it in Budget and Finance now for over a year, is what is the hiring mode for the city. With those classes, that class going out in October the 14th, last Friday, those notices going out, in effect puts us 50 over our budgeted allocation. We had recommended 480 people to be hired based on attrition. Attrition is slowed, and now we're about 50-some over. So we do need to look at that and come back with a recommendation. But I think that from items 12 and 37 today, I'd ask that we move both of those items as amended, but also understanding that number 13A and B will be at committee on Monday. And all those, and I'd encourage all of the council members whose staff they'd like to direct there to be there to understand or bring questions. That is where we'll explore it at great length. And so I'd ask an aye vote on number 12 and number 37 today.
All right, so I believe we need to, Mr. Koretz wants to speak, and then we need to vote on these motions.
Yeah, and I know we're going to be speaking about this on October 5th, but I'm very strongly in support of Ms. Hahn's motion. I think 10,000 officers is unsustainable for this city. We don't have the budget, we can't do it, and we don't need to do it. I don't mind if we maintain the number of officers we have on the streets, patrolling our streets, keeping our citizens safe. What I want to do is get rid of the ghost officers that we're paying for. These are the folks that we have hired that are sworn, that are doing work that could be done by civilians. Those are not real officers on our streets. Those are absolute phantoms. They're good PR to say we have 10,000 cops, but the fact is, if we had 9,500 cops and 500 of those were reduced by attrition and their jobs were taken over by civilians, we would be doing better financially. We would have no impact whatsoever on the public safety of this city. We need to look at doing that. 10,000 cops, including the phantom cops, was a luxury we had in years past. We don't have that luxury now. We've had to tighten our belts everywhere else. We've got to look at tightening our belts here as well.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. All right, we have several motions on the floor, and Mr. Parks' motion with a number of amendments, which also includes Ms. Hahn's language for 12 and 37.
Yes.
And Ms. Hahn, are you in agreement on that? Okay, great. All right, well then why don't we open the roll on 12 and 37. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. Now, next item, we have a large number of cards, so we will have to allow each speaker 1 minute. So we will first go to the San Fernando Valley, to Donna Pearman. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for having public comment. And I'm Donna Perriman. And I can't believe how vindictive our mayor is, even yelling at sweet Mr. Garcetti, our top-notch revenue maker. He wants, our mayor wants the city employees to feel it in their pocketbooks. He wants the city council to punish the city employees, and he wants to make sure they feel it. It will be hard to please our mayor who's out on the warpath. I think that city employees should make concession as long as the politician, city council, mayor, controller, city attorney misuses our money, putting it in a general fund to use it for their pet projects, real projects, and the CRA. How much is in the CRA? I would like to know how much millions are in the CRA. You spend the money and put it in the CRA. Every time they give people give you money and the city employees make concessions, you give that money away because you don't believe in saving it, like Rick Nightingale says. I want to keep public comment mostly in the front, and okay, and I'll go back. I'm going to be back on this.
All right, I'm going to call 6 cards at a time, and let me call them. Sky Anderson. Mr. Anderson, are you here? Come on up, Mr. Anderson. Sky Anderson. Kasana Polk. Nicholas Gerber. Twin Skid Row poet. Is the twin Skid Row poet? Kelsey Longmuir. And Forrest. Is Forrest here? And Nick Dahman. All right, Kasana Polk. All right, Kasana Polk is our first speaker.
First of all, I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm here to talk about it to my family at Skid Row, along with LAK, Los Angeles Community Network. Now, I can barely talk because I spent the night in front of the police station last night. So my body is kind of, my mind, Now, this is what I want to tell you. You guys, we ain't scared of no mayor. We ain't scared of no chief. We ain't scared of City Hall because y'all ain't nothing but thieves. Thank you.
Nicholas Gerber. Nicholas Gerber.
Yeah, I'm here today to approach the matter about the police officers on the streets on Skid Row. I don't know why you send so many of them down there to mess with us, to give us false tickets. I got a ticket in my pocket I got yesterday morning because my flashlight fell off my bicycle and the officer was behind me, saw it, and he gave me a fix-it ticket anyway. Now, if something falls off my bike and I try to replace it, I don't expect to get a ticket because I'm on Skid Row and homeless. I expect to be treated just like the rest of you. But you want to know something the worst part about it is all the LAPD is nothing but vigilantes.
Mr. Twin Skid Row poet. Twin Skid Row poet.
I have a short poem for you. Regentrification is defined by those who reside on Skid Row, mostly black, as a symbol of defecation on the misery and disparity of an exploited and downtrodden population that wallows in your secretion after that same population actually brought the value of your property up. Safer streets, 27,000 arrests, squandering taxpayers' money, hiring more improperly trained racist police so you can attract tourists and feel comfortable walking your dog down Main Street.
Thank you very much. Kelsey Longmuir.
Hi,
My name is Kelsey Longmire. I'm originally from Seattle, Washington, but I've lived in Northeast Los Angeles for about 2 years. When I get to Skid Row every day, I feel safe and secure walking down because I know that I won't get a ticket for littering, for jaywalking, for loitering. It's not because I'm any more law-abiding than the people sitting behind me. It's because of the color of my skin. I'm 20. I had this starry-eyed vision of government as something that's supposed to protect you, but I've learned since moving here that government is an institution that abuses those most vulnerable for the benefit of the rich, especially in Skid Row. I think 20 is too young to be disillusioned about government. Please end SCI. Thank you.
Kelvin Effinger.
What's the name on that car?
Kelvin.
I'll be Kelvin right now. So first of all...
Kelvin there?
No, Kelvin's not here.
There he's right. Is he getting up?
He's right there.
I don't want to deprive somebody. Let Mr. Effinger come and speak.
Hello, my name is Kelvin. Homelessness, it's been going on too long. We can't take it no more. You know, we should just stop the violence, you know. And just end it, you know, between blacks and white, I guess. National. Just,
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker is Forrest.
So first of all, it's an absolute disgrace that first we're postponed and now our representatives are walking out when it's our time to tell them what's going on in the city.
Stop the clock for a second. Sir, the representatives are here in the chamber. Your clock has stopped for a minute just because the people who are watching cannot see. Representatives are here in the chamber. Now, please proceed. Are you Mr. Forrest?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Forrest, please proceed.
So the Safer Cities Initiative came to Skid Row in September 2006. It's resulted in the highest sustained concentration of police officers anywhere in the world besides Baghdad. That's right, Baghdad. This is an absolute shame, Los Angeles. The citizens of Skid Row, your own constituents in your own districts, suffer every day and night at the hands of policies that the rest of you have no backbone to speak out against. Do you need more motivation? Let's look at this in the context of the rest of Los Angeles. Adding just the 50 officers of SCI to the 0.85 square miles in Skid Row is the equivalent of adding 470 officers to the Rampart area, 700 officers to 77th Street, and 1,700 to Van Nuys. You want to know where to solve your police budget issues? Redeploy them out of Skid Row and put them in the rest of the city.
Your name for the record, sir? Your name for the record, sir?
Nick Dahman.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm a LA Can supporter. We're here today as a community in distress. I'm also here to remind you that we are the many and you are the few. The Safer Cities Initiative, launched in 2006, is an embarrassment, both nationally and globally. You, council members, you so-called liberals and progressives, sit passively by as the police perpetrate genocide in downtown Skid Row. This is your policy, and this is your fault. Your acquiescence to the mayor and the police chief is paramount to collusion and guilt. This legislated criminality repeatedly violates civil and human rights. 3 years is too long, 27,000 arrests is too many, and 36,000 citations are harassment. Cease the policies that made us the meanest city. End the occupation, stop the genocide. Do your job, and never forget, we are the many and you are the few.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Veronica Dolman. Veronica Dolman, are you still here? Veronica Dolman. And then after Veronica will be Al Sabo. Al, are you here? Yes. Okay, after Al will be Cal Scott. Cal Scott. Carl? Okay, Carl Scott. After Mr. Scott will be Leonard Woods. Is Leonard here? Okay, great. Leonard Woods. Linda Valverde after Leonard Woods. Is Linda Valverde here? Okay, great. And then finally after Linda will be Deborah Burton. All right. Veronica.
This time the struggle is for our freedom. This time the struggle is for our independence. Today is our Independence Day. My name is Veronica Dolman. I'm a downtown resident in Jan Perry District. There will be no more bowing of our heads, no more silence from you. We are speaking out today. It is your turn to act. We have been invaded by safer cities, like aliens taking over our planet. Only instead is LAPD taking over our community. We have been humiliated, disrespected, walked on and tossed aside. No more! Today we are declaring our independence. We are not afraid and we will not hide. We, the Skid Row community, comprised of veterans, disabled, homeless, and low-income people, demand that you act. We hold our heads high.
Thank you very much,
Every
ma'am.
demand was ours.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Al Szabo. After Mr. Szabo will be Mr. Scott.
I'm Al Szabo, a resident of Jan Perry's 9th District. Congratulations, council members. Under your watch, the City of Angels earned the #1 ranking as the meanest city in the nation. The time for change is at hand. It's time to get back to our roots and our future. Ironically, it was Chief Bratton who took the first step in returning our city to civility by tendering his resignation. His earlier implementation of his so-called Safer Cities initiative criminalized an entire community while drawing worldwide scorn to our city, and it is the sole reason for our elevation to #1 status as our nation's meanest city. When you treat citizens as criminals rather than with the respect and human dignity that our citizens deserve, they will eventually act out as criminals. Daily citizens of Skid Row are racially and economically profiled, harassed, arrested, and too often incarcerated for minor infractions. It's time to stop
you,
the
Mr.
biased, oversaturated policing of Skid Row.
Thank you.
Now.
Carl Scott is our next speaker. After Mr. Scott will be Leonard Woods.
As a former resident of Skid Row, but still an LA resident, which falls under the LAPD policing, I'm very disappointed at the difference in the handling of the SCI policing activity between the two. A perfect situation is me being a passenger in the car that was pulled over after being followed and even stopped at a red light before turning left when the siren was put on. I was asked to step out and I was badgered with questions on being on parole or probation, and even if I had ever been in jail. When I finally told the officer they had no right to question me under the Fitzgerald Act, which the police should have been aware of, since I hadn't done anything wrong but get a ride to the tailor, I was threatened to go to jail behind that. After I responded no to them, I was told to stand with my face to a fence and my hand behind my back for around 10 minutes while being background checked. It's sad.
Thank you, sir.
Very sad the way.
Leonard Woods is our next speaker. After Mr. Woods is Linda Valverde and then Deborah Burton.
Mr. Garcetti, can you hold my time because the representative that represents my district, he's not here. I see one of the representatives of other district of Skid Row finally came back in, but I would like to speak with him here.
Would you like
Mr.
to wait?
Weezer.
We'll wait. Then Linda Valverde is our next speaker.
To be here when this is all about him.
Linda Valverde is our next speaker, and then Deborah Burton.
Hi, my name is Linda. I'm a resident of Skid Row, 7 years in Jan Perry's district. Bottom line, Safer Cities Initiative is a gentrification issue. This is about LAPD or certain people in society who do not want to see or deal with homelessness. In 2007, I remember walking down San Pedro Street where there were over 50 uniformed police officers with white gloves forcing homeless folks off the street, grabbing their tents and belongings and throwing everything into the busy intersection. People were desperately rushing out to the street trying to recover their personal belongings. I wonder where folks seek help now that they have been chased away from our community of service providers that can help folks the same way I received help. Where do people go when they are not welcomed in other communities? This is my fight and of others, asking to be treated with dignity and respect. If you have not walked in my shoes or the shoes of others who have faced a difficult time in life, then don't judge, don't criticize, and don't crucify us. We demand you remove Safer Cities Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Burton. After Ms. Burton will be Barbara Rowe, Robert Phillips, General Dogon, and Joseph Thomas, if you'd like to come forward as well. Good afternoon.
My name is Deborah
Barbara
Burton.
Rowe is following. So hold on, we'll hold your time. Then Robert Phillips, then General Dogon, then Joseph Thomas. Please, go ahead.
Time need to start over.
Yeah, we'll make sure. Don't worry. Go ahead. It's on a minute right there in front of you.
My name is Deborah Burton, a longtime resident. I live in Jan Perry's district, which she just left. I used to feel safe in my community, but since the Safer City Initiative was placed in 2006, I don't feel safe anymore. I don't feel safe as I walk to my home or my job. Walking in my community is like walking in a minefield. You don't know when 5 or 6 police are going to jump out, throw you against a wall, put you in handcuffs, search you, and then let you go. I'm angry. I see this too many times. When asked what the individual did to warrant such a treatment, I'm told, mind your business, or just no response at all. I feel like just because we're black and live in the downtown community, I'm a criminal. I'm mad to know that the treatment that LAPD officers is condoned by city council members and our mayor. I'm angry when LAPD take pictures of me for no reason, just for amusement. I'm not under arrest, but they are taking pictures of me. I'm angry.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Our community is in serious distress.
Thank you.
It's up to you to end Safer City.
Barbara Rowe is our next speaker. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Barbara Rowe. I reside at the Alexandria Hotel. There comes a time when you must take a stand, whether you believe in the cause or not. Ms. Perry has disrespected a whole community by leading her developers to a section of town that she has sold out to the highest bidder. She can ignore us, but we are still going to be there. We will meet you at your next zoo trip. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Phillips. Then General Dogon.
Robert Phillips ain't here. This is General Dogon.
Is Mr. Phillips here?
No,
Robert Phillips? Not
He
okay.
ain't here yet.
Go ahead, Mr. Dogon.
I used to say that I was proud to live in the 9th District, you know, being a resident in there. But today I have to say that I'm really pissed off, you know, especially about how the council members sit here. You got all these folks come here, you know, to tell you seriously how we feel. From the heart, we telling y'all how we feel. We out there going through it every day on the streets, right? Because I'm tired of when I walk out of my house, I see the pigs got some black man in handcuffs thrown up against the wall. For 40 minutes, they running his name for a warrant check like he got warrants in 15 different states. And then 2 minutes later, they let him go. Every day, 2 or 3 times a day, we going through this. We come in here, we tell y'all this, and she can't even sit down for a damn minute to listen to what we got to say. You know, we tired of it, we fed up, and y'all need to end SCI. Y'all need to do something about this crap now. Because you know what? We need to change some places up here. We need to get rid of some of y'all and put some real council members in here that's going to do something for the people.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Thomas. I can ask folks to sit down. Can we please have folks sit down? That'll be We need folks to stay in their seats right now, and if there will be further disruptions, please stay in your seats. We appreciate your enthusiasm, and you can clap as loud as you want, but please, sir, there'll be your last warning. After that is Pam Jernagin, and after that is James Porter, and after that is Jamie Romano. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Joseph Thomas. I'm a member of LA CAM, and I'm also an Afro-American. And as an Afro-American in this community, and as an Afro-American in the community that you are responsible for, I am not a second and third class citizen being treated by your Safer City initiative. I also stand up here today to say that I agree with everything that everybody said. And one thing that needs to be done here today is that just like we put every last one of you in this seat, we elected you. You're supposed to work for us, but you're not doing that. The way I see it today is everybody should get out that seat, and I want to fill every other seat with an honest homeless person, and let's get this show on the road.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Pam Jernigan. After Ms. Jernigan is James Porter, Jamie Romano, and Tim Mackey. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Pam, and I've been a resident of downtown Los Angeles for the past 3 years. I am here to voice my outrage at the unnecessary amounts of money spent to hold my community hostage. By conservative estimates, using figures provided by a deputy city attorney, taxpayers have spent nearly $120 million in a failed initiative. Over a 14-month period, more than 1,200 people were arrested for unpaid jaywalking tickets, totaling nearly another $5 million and increasing homelessness. Lastly, 3 disabled people were arrested 104 times for nonviolent offenses, costing $450,000 at a minimum. One woman was arrested 57 times in the same location for the same offense, being on the sidewalk. Oddly enough, the city provided $600,000 for services. So clearly it was never really about helping, it was all about suppression. I feel this is a lot of money unnecessarily spent on efforts to criminalize my community. Instead, it should have been used for housing and services, a real solution. We need to send the police where they're actually needed.
James Porter is our next speaker.
When did I start? My name is James Porter. I live downtown, and I'm a resident of Jane Perry District. I am so tired of the police abusing my rights as a human being. I am so tired of the police thinking they can do anything they please. And it's time for us to stand up and say no more of this. I am not going to take any more of your abuse. I'm not afraid to tell you this. You will respect my rights and my neighborhood. I demand you to remove SCI from our neighborhood because they are not solving the problems. They are causing more and more problems. When the SCI acts above the law, not only my rights and neighborhood in trouble, you are.
Thank you, sir. Jamie Romano is our next speaker. Then Tim Mackey, Steve Diaz, Barbara Sabo, and Becky Dennison. Please,
The Skid Row community is in distress under quality of life policing. Whose quality of life is being protected? Few restrooms are available for public use. Human beings are ticketed for public urination, while horses used for mounted police urinate in the street, and plastic bags are available along the sidewalks for the gentry to clean up after their dogs. The number of visibly homeless has been greatly reduced. Where have they gone? Cycled in and out of jail, fleeing their communities and their homes due to persecution. In other countries, when people flee their homes due to an occupation, we call them refugees. How long will this city council allow these civil and human rights abuses to continue? How long? How much longer? We talk about finances here today. $4.5 million spent on the repeated arrests of the same 10 people. What could be put toward housing and services? What a waste of city funding. Let's clean up the funding, remove the police officers from the Safer Cities on the Skid Row community, and let's put the money somewhere else.
Tim Mackey is our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Timothy Mackey, and most definitely I was part of the problem. Now I'm trying to be part of the solution. And I wish for a safer city. And SCI is a great idea, but it's being done the wrong way. The police should network with community leaders and programs on solutions for mentally ill patients, also for the drug problems. We cannot change the past. We don't know the future. But starting today, we can police the police and this council for doing their job. We should network with each other. Until then, we should shut down SCI. LAI can, LAU can, and we can fight back. So I feel, also metal guards, that we do need police, but we do not need harassment, and we should network together on solutions. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. You too. Steve Diaz is our next speaker, and Barbara Sabo will follow. Mr. Diaz, do you want to go?
I'm Barbara Sabo, and although I do not live in downtown, I come to town quite often to visit my father and to do some shopping. When I visit, I am appalled to often see police officers stopping people who are merely walking down the streets. Without any provocation, they usually interrogate them, place them up against the wall, and even handcuff them while they run them through their computers. It becomes apparent that most of these people haven't done anything wrong, as they are mostly released and sent on their way. What kind of a city is this that continuously stops innocent citizens just because they look poor or are black or even brown? Quite frankly, it terrifies me. I love to visit my dad, but I'm afraid of getting stopped by the cops every time I come to town. Stop it now, in the Safer Cities Initiative, before someone gets hurt. The police are way out of control.
Steve Diaz is our next speaker. After that is Becky Dennison. After Ms. Dennison is Mr. Love, and then after that is Mr. Long, and after that is Herman Jones.
City Council members, my name is Steve Diaz, and I'm a resident of Councilmember Perry's district. Today we come in dire distress. Today we come as a community who has had our human rights taken away and stripped at the hands of the Los Angeles Police Department. That is why we have these American flags upside down. We have these American flags to signalize the distress of our community and what has happened in the last 3 years. One thing that comes to mind is in 2006, when the Safer Cities Initiative first came, there was a raid that happened at the Alexandria Hotel where a family was taken apart. The family was taken apart because the individual had a knife a little bit smaller than this right here. And that family ended up being taken apart for over 6 months. I can think of the man who had got the jaywalking ticket because his wheelchair couldn't go on the other side, and the cops felt it was right to give him a ticket. Or the person who has had a littering ticket because the cigarette ashes has fallen. We are human beings. We demand to be treated as human beings, and we hold this flag up. We are in distress. We hear our cries. We are humans.
Becky Dennison is our next speaker.
My name is Becky Dennison. I live in Councilmember Park's district, and I've worked downtown for the last 15 years. We're here today because this weekend marks the 3rd anniversary of the most aggressive and violent policing of poverty in this country, well documented. After 3 years, this is your legacy as city leaders. You've listened to all kinds of propaganda about how this targets serious crime. If you look at the LAPD's own website, it will say that Central Division has the lowest crime rates in this city. And yet, why are there continue to be 112 extra officers in Skid Row? If crime rates are low, what are they arresting people for? 27,000 times for being poor. SCI is and always has been a targeted effort to harass, intimidate, and criminalize poor and black people until they simply give up and leave your precious new downtown. You can see today it's not going to work. Folks aren't going anywhere. It is time for you in this budget crisis to act and redeploy these officers.
Mr. Hunt, before you start, are you going by the name Mr. Long? Is that the card that you're coming up? Will you please remove your shirt so that it does not disruption to be consistent? Sir, you can speak and say whatever you want, but to be consistent with the disruptive effect it had, will you please take your shirt off while you're testifying and during this meeting, please?
No, I will not take off my shirt.
Please, Mr. Hunt. If you refuse to, we cannot hear you today. This has a disruptive effect. This is our last. Sir, take the shirt off and we can hear you. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, take it. If you can take that off.
And for the record, people in the audience were yelling at him to take his shirt off.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
All right. My shirt is protected, and I'm going to bring in the ACLU here to say that my shirt is protected. It's a shame that you guys violate people's rights because you guys think you guys are the council people. You guys have to protect the rights all across the board. These people are here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. Everybody's here for a reason. You guys have either violated their First Amendment rights, their civil rights, and their equality of living. That's why we're here. No other reason. You guys arrest people for nothing. You guys violate people's rights for nothing. Just like this T-shirt, you guys violated that right of the First Amendment, 1983. That's why you guys owe me $500,000 today, and I'm going to get another $500,000 tomorrow. Thank you.
Herman Jones is our next speaker. After that is Rebecca Madrigal. And after that is, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing it, is it Kei Utsumi? And then Christina Heatherton, and then Monica Harmon. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Herman Jones, and I'm here to talk about the shitty cities initiative. Y'all call it Safer Cities. Jan Perry, you've been hoodwinked and bamboozled again. Who are the real terrorists here? The real terrorists is the city attorneys, LAPD, the city council members, and your mayor at town, Tonio, keep his zipper up, Van Gogh, whatever his name is. This city council, you guys are a joke. Y'all let them bamboozle y'all. And you bring all the police into downtown, into one district. And then you come up in here and you start talking about your budget is messed up. Well, look why it's messed up. You got every police in L.A. in downtown. Can't help but be messed up. You know why it's messed up? Because y'all messed up.
Rebecca Madrigal is our next speaker. Is Ms. Madrigal?
Okay, my name is Kei Utsumi.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't hear you. We'll hold your time.
What? Oh.
I'm sorry.
A large percentage of the homeless people are veterans. Homeless people are human beings, but they're not treated like that, especially downtown. SCI, Safer Cities Initiative, is a violation of human rights. It needs to be abolished. Tens of thousands more people in LA are on the verge, a few paychecks away from being homeless. Abolish SCI now. Use the hundreds of millions of dollars it costs to process SSI to provide SROs for the homeless. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Are you Rebecca or Christina?
Christina.
Okay, is Rebecca here? Is she here anymore? Rebecca Madrigal? Okay, go ahead, please. Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Christina Heatherton. I'm a resident of Councilman Reyes' district. I'm here with many people who will continue to tell you and have been telling you how the world sees Skid Row in Los Angeles right now. So to reiterate, Los Angeles has been nationally ranked as the meanest city in the country for homelessness. The UN has recognized the extreme racism and racial profiling in Skid Row in Los Angeles. And UCLA School of Law has issued a report describing how the Safer Cities Initiative has failed. People have told you and will continue to tell you how the Safer Cities Initiative has been a national and an international disgrace. We're here at the third anniversary of the celebration of the Safer Cities Initiative, but there is nothing to celebrate. The Safer Cities Initiative has been a death sentence. I mean this with no hyperbole, with no exaggeration. The Safer Cities Initiative has been a death sentence. 27,000 arrests. What does this mean? It means that you're disqualified from federally subsidized housing, food, from getting a job. So that means you don't have a place to live, you can't work, you can't eat. Therefore, you die prematurely. Why? Because people are criminals? No, because they're poor, because they're black, because they live on Skid Row. This has been a national and an international disgrace.
Monica Harmon
this is nothing to celebrate. Thank you.
Monica Harmon. After Ms. Harmon will be Nadine Diaz, and after that is Terry Marquez.
Good afternoon. I want to tell these people, they have issues with the LAPD, but this was one of the best retired Latino captains of LAPD, Rudy De Leon. Paul Gonzalez, who won the 1984 gold medal, credits Rudy because he cared so much about Latino youth, he built a gym at the bottom of the old Hollenbeck police station. Deputy Chief Kenny Gardner calls him his mentor. He's done so many things. He started La Ley. I mean, I can go on and on about the great things that Rudy De Leon did. Community policing, he was far ahead of his time. And all I'm asking is any of you, Cardenas, Smith, I forget who else is on the public safety, to please move the motion forward from 2007. Rudy is not in good health. It would be devastating if we didn't name that building after him like we promised. That should have been done 2 weeks ago, so please do what you can. You did it for Ron Deaton, who, in my opinion, didn't deserve it.
Thank you.
Rudy deserves it.
Thanks so much, Ms. Harmon. Nadine Diaz is our next speaker, then Terry Marquez, and then in Van Nuys, Sean Murphy.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Nadine Diaz. I'm a fourth-generation constituent of Boyle Heights and the founder of the Boyle Heights Stakeholders Association. I'm here to encourage and to bring to the front to name the Hollenbeck Station after Rudy De Leon. He is the first Mexican-American to be recognized. He has done an immense job in Hollenbeck area. He's a leader, he's an icon, and we need to give him homage. And I am confident, the Boyle Heights Stakeholders Association is confident that Councilman Huizar will bring this to the table to make sure that he is recognized. In closing, I would also like to mention in regards to the budget, DWP, my electric bill was $250. And to alleviate this, maybe we should rethink the $300,000 retirement package that was given to Ron Deaton.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Ms. Marquez is next. After that is Sean Murphy in Van Nuys, then Willie Baker, and Lisa Adler will be next back here in City Hall. Good morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Marquez from Boyle Heights. And listening to all this is heartbreaking. But many of us understand the crisis right now, that there's going to be more people out of jobs here in LA. And in regards to the police officers, we cannot blame the police officers what they have to do. They are ordered. What we need to do is to our representatives to do something about it. And in regards to Rudy De Leon, he was way ahead of the police department. He created a community boxing team for the kids to get them out of gangs and drugs. He really cared for the kids. And we want the dedication of that building done. And I don't know why it has totally dropped out of the cracks. It fell through the cracks and didn't get done. Please, if you could get that done, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Van Nuys next. Sean Murphy is our next speaker, and then we'll come back here for Willie Baker, Lisa Adler, and Kelly Flor Delgado.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning, ma'am. Yes, good morning, Mr. President, City Council. I'm not very happy right now. I wish the elections were won last week. I'm disappointed at CD2. I'm angry at my fellow residents at CD2. They didn't get out to vote. I'm ashamed of it. And Paul Pecorian is going to win CD2 in December 8th. I hope he does well. Also, I'm also angry at what's been happening downtown today. We waited 3 or 4 hours to speak on public comment. We stayed in Van Nuys for almost 4 hours now. It's a doggone shame. You should have thrown those loudmouths out. You should have thrown those people out. You should have thrown them out. I'm mad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Willie Baker is our next speaker here. And then Lisa Adler, if she'd like to come forward too, Ms. Adler, and Kelly Flor Delgado, and Joni Lee. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name is Willie Baker, and I just want to say,
you can move the microphone up if you want, if it's more comfortable for you. There you go.
My name is Willie Baker, and I just want to say I'm tired of the police occupation of downtown LA. I think the Los Angeles Police Department is a very gutter police department.
and they very corrupt, and we need to just dismantle the LAPD, and we need to cut their pay because they paid too much. And we just need to get them out of Los Angeles and get them out of downtown, and I hope they're looking at me because I really mean it. Y'all some gutter police officers. Thank you.
Lisa Adler is our next speaker. After Ms. Adler is Kelly Flor Delgado and Joni Lee and Anat Rubin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lisa Adler with the Community Rights Campaign and Bus Riders Union. We're here in solidarity with LA Can to ask you to take Los Angeles in a different direction by moving to immediately end Safer Cities initiative. This new direction must be based on human dignity and civil rights, based on a new vision of community development that does not push out existing residents, but rather invests in creating healthy and strong communities for those who already live there. SCI has led to the unending police harassment of the homeless, the mentally ill, and the Black and Latino poor. It is without a doubt, as numerous studies have shown, fiscally irresponsible and racially discriminatory. Is this the direction that you want to continue in? We hope you will take the necessary leadership in ending Safer Cities initiative and creating a city that prioritizes jobs, not jails, homes, not harassment, and treatment, not tickets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Delgado.
Good afternoon. My name is Joni Lee. I'm a proud and honored
I'm sorry, Ms. Lee.
alumni from Homeless
Can I
Health.
pause you for just 1 second? I'll make sure I'll get your time. Is Kelly here? Kelly Flor Delgado? She had to leave. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Lee. My apologies.
Okay, I'll start over. Give me my time, please. My name is Joni Lee. I'm proud and honored to say I'm alumni from Homeless Healthcare Los Angeles, and I'm honored to represent them. And I'm also very much part of LA Can. Woo! Okay. As far as the homeless, for Safer Cities, Safer City Initiative, we not only need permanent housing, as I needed at one time, and I was down there since '05. I thought there was only just homeless people, but I found my way through homeless health care. It was like papers dropping from heaven to go to this program. On that note, I'm going to say we need programs, not jails or prisons. There's 2 people that I know of through the system committed suicide, I know of, and 3 people just OD'd. They have more drugs in prison and jails than they do out here. And, final, to give a hope to these homeless, please let me speak, please. Thank you. To give a little hope to these homeless people like they did for me, by giving them permanent housing, gives them feeling like a human being, not an alien.
Thank you, ma'am.
And make
Appreciate
them
that.
feeling, wait a minute.
I'm
Even
sorry.
against
We have to try to keep it as even as possible. Thank you very much. Anat Rubin. Thank you, ma'am. Anat Rubin is our next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. After Ms. Rubin will be Noemi Calix Tabora. After Ms. Rubin is Noemi Calix Tabora, Don Garza, and Davin Corona, and Maria Dolores. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Anat Rubin, and I do policy work for LAMP Community. We serve severely mentally ill, formerly homeless people on Skid Row. I just want to give a quick and very recent example of the effect of the rampant Fourth Amendment violations in our community on our members. Just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, a member who suffers from severe paranoia and has been struggling with that for the last 10 years, he lives at LAMP, was pulled over on his bicycle for riding on the sidewalk. He was immediately cuffed, put up against the wall while police officers ran a warrant check. When he came back into the office to talk to his therapist again, it seemed like he had been set back a few years in therapy. We've been dealing for weeks with trying to get him to calm down. He would never come and speak here today, so that's why I'm speaking to you. I also want to say that you can't turn a corner where I work without seeing these types of Fourth Amendment violations. There are so many cops, and they seem to have so much time on their hands, as is evidenced by the fact that there are 6 or 7 of them who've been standing here, SCI officers, for the last 3 hours. Thank you.
Noemi Calix Tabora is our next speaker. Is Ms. Tabora here? Do we have Noemi Calix Tabora? Noemi? Noemi? Okay. Noemi? If not, Don Garza is our next speaker then. After Mr. Garza is Davin Corona and Maria Dolores. Good afternoon, Mr. Garza.
Good afternoon, City Council. I haven't seen you guys in such a long time. You go, girl. You go. Myself, I believe that KK was killed as a result of the Safer Cities Initiative. The Safer Cities Initiative has some effects, indirect effects that people don't realize. And I've been watching that effect when I was living at the Southern Hotel, where we maybe had a couple of runners living in there. Before I left, we had 5 dealers living in there because they cannot deal on the streets. What is happening is that you have all of this crime coming into the hotels now. And when the people living in those hotels, like Skid Row Housing Trust, SRO Housing Corporation, and even the LAMP, the gall to blame the LAMP community for the deaths in that hotel is just, it's reprehensible. Because those people have been complaining about crime on the street even before that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that we do need to go through the Safer Cities Initiative. Mr. Senor Jose Huizar, please listen, and Jan Perry.
Thank you. Mr. Garza, if I can ask you to conclude. Thank you. Appreciate it. Davin Corona is our next speaker. And then Maria Dolores. After Maria Dolores will be Rick Nightingale and Van Nuys.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Davin Corona. I'm actually Angelino from Council District 1, which is Ed Reyes' district, and I wish he was here to hear this. But we're in a budget crisis, and I think when almost 50% of our budget goes to cops, just like 50% of our budget almost goes to military at the federal budget level, there's an issue with that. We know that there's people that are not being attended to and are not being heard, just like what we had today here. Folks didn't even want to give us public comment to talk about. So, you know what? I don't want to even say it. I think y'all know why we're here. Safer Cities Initiative needs to go. It isn't doing anything good for me. It ain't doing anything for any folks, y'all over here, except the 6 cops that are back there getting paid to kick it here 3 hours to listen to this. So, tell you what, we need to end it. Mr. Garcetti, I know you, brother. I know you don't think this right, but something needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. Bye.
Thank you very much. Maria Dolores is our next speaker. And after Ms. Dolores is Rick Nightingale. Is Ms. Dolores here? Maria Dolores. Maria Dolores. Once, twice, gone. Rick Nightingale and Van Nuys. After that, and listen, it's Terry Wilburn. It looks like Wilburn from the Terry Foundation. Is she still here? Okay, we'll go to Van Nuys for Rick Nightingale. After that is Brent Miller.
Yeah, Rick Nightingale. You know, you people all bad-mouthing the cops. Yeah, Valley would love to have the cops back. But it sounds like they're doing a good job, I'm sorry to tell you. I mean, we have all this CRA money, and the CRA money is going to support all you people downtown in hotel rooms and so forth that pay for a lot of you people getting off the streets. And a lot of you people want to be on the streets. You love it on the streets. You don't want to go indoors. You'd rather be outdoors. That's your prerogative. But this thing about the cops picking on you all the time, then leave, like everything else. If you're not happy with something, you leave. That is the way the American is. That's the American justice. That's what the flag stands for. There are laws. If you don't want to obey the laws, then don't be there. I'm sorry to say you're in bad shape or you don't have the money to leave, but a lot of people do not want to work. So that's why you have to obey the laws, and the cops are doing a good job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brent Miller. Is Mr. Miller here? After Mr. Miller is Andre Perry.
I want to thank you guys for allowing us to come through here. We all know the problem, but I'm here about the solution. Before, back in the 80s and 90s, now it's the 2000s, I'm able and capable of going to any part of the city to speak in behalf of the homeless before they gun them down. See, because they have a right to listen to somebody that can listen to them before the officers gun them down, and that's what I'm here for. So, and also, we do have enough money to be able to have programs for our people. Now we can create jobs. All of these beautiful people here, they're ready to work today. Today. So I do have my phone number up there, and your dad, he's a beautiful person, man. So I know you got the same heart that he has. Thank you, man. But my number is on the card. Give me a call, man.
Thank you. Andre Perry is our next speaker. Is Andre here? Not, is Armando Perez here? Okay, if not, is Sky Anderson here? Sir, I know you had wished to go at the end. Did you want to come forward? Yep, sir, if you want to come forward. And then, and then after that, Walter Bechtel.
Good evening. My name is Leonard Woods. I'm a resident of Alexandria Apartment Homes now. That person that's low in the valley, I hope you can take them cops and we can send them over there in your area, sir. But anyway, I had 10 police that come to my door to tell me that I couldn't use an elevator. Now, I don't know why I had 10 police to come to my house. They can come to yours, sir, whenever you want them over there. I also had, after my 4th surgery, I was in a wheelchair. I got a ticket because I was trying to cross the street. The police gave me a ticket and telling me you didn't need that form. I had a Trio 650. He gonna tell me, sir, what you doing with that? I can't afford one. I said, you got a job, don't you? Now, for one thing, the Safer City Initiative needs to be abolished right away. Because if you don't, let's take it to the valley. To take it out there where that gentleman is. And let them arrest him. And one more thing. Russell Brown crosses the street all the time, and the police see him, and they never give Russell Brown a ticket.
Thank you. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker.
Good morning. Well, you heard a lot of complaints, but I think that a couple of the solutions would be, I think you need to have your officers retrained and hire an anthropologist to help them understand over the differences in the cultures. I mean, just because somebody is walking down the street doesn't mean he's committing a crime. If you had training in that, but from an anthropologist, he'd be able to explain to the officers the differences between one thing and another. And another thing, I think, I've already told you, I don't understand how you say you're helping people with SRO when the project you're proposing at my hotel is to take 295 units and reduce them to 150. It was supposed to be for low and extremely low income people, and now you're not helping, and SRO is killing people with heat prostration in their hotels, and I think you need to watch out and keep your eye peeled and understand what they're really doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bechtel. And that is the last card that we have. Mr. Zine, did you want to say something brief about public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the good on Skid Row. The Fred Jordan mission, the Midnight mission, Union Rescue mission. And I've been down there. I've been in some of the units. I have been down there during the season where they feed people, where they give them clothing. I have been down there to see it, okay?
Hold on one second.
There's a lot of neglected people.
Mr. Zine, hold on. Hold on a second. Everybody in the audience? Sure. I'm going to ask you to leave if you can't listen quietly to Mr. Zine as he did to you. Please have that respect. You can clap as much as you want, but we are not here to engage in a debate in this context. Under California state law, we actually can't because it wasn't agendized as such. So there's a law, but we are here to listen. And if somebody's going to incite you, go ahead. But Mr. Zine, if you'd like to be heard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for years and years, it's been neglected, but to blame the police is inappropriate. The police are there to do a job, and I support the Los Angeles Police Department in their efforts to make it a safe city, a safe place. And the conduct, Mr. President, by this group is reflective of their irresponsible attitude to the people of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And Mr. Rosendahl? Mr. Rosendahl? Go ahead, Mr. Rosendahl. The floor is yours, and the camera hears you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Appreciate
could please remove that We'll just please remove that individual from the council chambers.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Rosendahl, you have the floor, sir. It is yours.
Obviously, there's a lot of feelings in the room. I think it might be appropriate for all of us to have a review of the Safe Cities Initiative and see exactly where we are. It's been in place for a couple of 3 years, and to hear the public comment, again confirms that we just need to review what we have done and see where we are going forward.
Okay. And just to underscore that it was not on the agenda, perhaps that'd be appropriate for a Rule 16 or referral motion.
As any motion can be made, both orally or written.
Yeah,
you were just in. Don't worry. You're just in order. Hold on one second. I'll just stay for the record. Mr. Rosendahl is perfectly in order to say that he is making the motion. Obviously, we're not here to debate it today, but he is here saying that he was making that motion. I know almost all the people who are here. I appreciate a couple people are still here. Almost everybody that was here for this has left, so I'm sorry they don't get to hear you saying that, Mr. Rosendahl. I know folks who were filming the proceedings as well. A couple of them are still here. They're not filming you say that. But I know for the viewers that are there in Channel 35 and others, we appreciate that. And that is in not only the council rules, but Robert's rules to be able to do. Okay.
And with that in mind, Mr. President, can I make that motion, get a second, and send it to Public Safety to
Sure, or you can write it out either way. Either way. Or
okay, I would like to make that motion that we review the Safe Cities Initiative.
Is there a second for that? Okay, Ms. Hahn seconds. Okay.
And that we would send this to Public Safety for a review of the program.
All right. We'll go back to public comment. There's some cards I think that we received that were not. Again, we can't discuss this. We can make motions, but we can't actually discuss the substance right now. No. You can just like an orally written one. It gets introduced today. So. Sure.
Since I second it, just basically what you're asking for is a status update of where we are with Safe Cities Initiative. What's happened so far, where we are, just a complete sort of a report back on the status.
Did you want to do that pursuant to Rule 16, Mr. Rosendahl? Okay. As chair of the meeting, I'll rule that's in order. So that'll be under Rule 16 to come back to the council for in 2 meetings. So, okay. Thank you. We had a couple cards. Nina, I'm sorry, I didn't see a card for you, but come on forward, Nina Royal. Then John Alumeti, excuse me, and then Juan Zawate or Zacate, excuse me. Please go ahead.
Hi, Nina Royal, Sunland Tahunga. I want to back up Monica Harmon's request that you move along the building designation for Rudy De Leon. I can't pronounce his name. I'm sorry. 2 years is a long time to wait, and I think that communities should have the say-so on the buildings that are named for people in their communities. And secondly, I'd like to address, thank you for handling the situation a little while ago. It was kind of out of control. The comment I would like to make is, if you do not have a safe community, you are not going to get business. These people need jobs. And they obviously don't understand, in order to have a job and have companies come there, the area has to be safe. I used to work at the Main Street Gym down on Main Street and 3rd. It was not safe. I could not go to the parking lot and go to the building without having an escort. No, I will not shop downtown LA. It may be safe now, but to me, I don't see it. So these people need to have jobs. So please don't discard the safest cities.
John Alumeti. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Yes, my name is John Amaweti. I'm basically from the community of Nyland, which there is a solar project that is being considered for down there. And I would basically like to ask the city council members what provisions are being made by the solar companies or LA Department of Water and Power to the communities where these major solar projects are to be located. Considering the use of large tracts of land, the loss of tax revenues, visual blight, duration of the products, and limited employment, what is being proposed to basically compensate these communities that are probably a whole lot poorer than what this one is. Due to the rapid advancing technologies in the solar field that is improving more efficient solar panels every day, is this the right time to commit to a large solar projects? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, and thank you for coming down and your patience. I know we had a lot of speakers this morning. Juan, is it Zawate?
Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, it is. Juan Zarate.
And then Chris Froelich after that.
I live at 2630 West Devon Hughes, Imperial, California. I would like to just take a few moments to describe to you the county of Imperial County, which, as you know, is the highest unemployment county in the state of California, with around 28% unemployment. We have been attempting to bring projects to the valley, such as the solar project currently being proposed in Niland, California. We have, for the last 11 months, been talking to the water and power people, and it wasn't until just recently that we got notified by their consultant that the project in itself will not benefit the city and the city of Niland and the area that we all reside in. We had high expectations that this project would bring in jobs, bring resources to the valley, wanting to make the county.
Go ahead. I'm going to, if there's no objection, use my discretion as chair today. I know you guys have come from a long way away, so please, if you'd like to continue for another minute, we'd be happy to extend another minute, sir.
Thank you very much. Just give me a couple of minutes. All we're asking is that the council, in the deliberations, give it that extra attention, what this project and how the project is going to impact the community. We will be in touch with you further on as the project progresses with your kind permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chris Froelich is our next speaker. Thank you as well for your patience.
Good morning. Thank you for the additional time. I'm just basically coming to reiterate the previous two people. We drove up from Imperial County. The town site of Niland, it's similar in some ways to Skid Row with drug problems and so forth. Excuse me. And we had in good faith been meeting with the representatives from the Department of Water and Power and from the project team, which initially was OptiSolar. It became First Solar. Now it's a Delaware corporation called Niland Solar Farm, LLC. We met with them. The solar farm, Niland Solar Farm, LLC, has their objectives for the project. The City of Los Angeles has their objectives. And the community of Niland, basically, there is no benefit to the community of Niland. And this project is not going near the community. It is going right along the City of Niland. You cross the street, it's there, a big project with an electrified wire fence around it. Very unsightly, no benefits, no tax revenue, no nothing. I take that back. There will be some tax revenue if there's like a restroom or something that won't be exempt from the property tax. But basically, there's no revenue to the community. This is a new ordinance. It's a new concept to the state of California. I think the exemption of property tax was originally on our homes, which makes a lot of sense. But for a big project to come into such a needy community, we have met with the LADWP, we have met with the developer. We gave them our needs back in January. Only recently have they told us there's relatively nothing for the community. We thank you for hearing us, and we'll be sending some additional information.
Thank you. And I know council members have come and out to the audience to talk to you as well. We'll make sure you get connected with the proper staff here of the council members. And again, appreciate your patience this morning, and we appreciate you coming down to LA to talk to us about that. That is our last public comment card. And with that, we will turn to the items that were called special.
Item 13 was called special by council members Parks and Hahn.
Mr. Reyes asked for one, actually out of order, if colleagues 25, if there's no objection. We'll take actually 25 up next. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I only got plummeted a little bit, and there's so many more medical marijuana cases, but if I can ask the staff to address questions on item 25. Colleagues, we did weigh this out of committee. I thought it was important that we understand what this means and how it affects our city. And if we can get the staff from Building and Safety up here. We wanted to waive it and get it here because we want to create more flexibility for property owners in dealing with their commitment to keep our city looking cleaner. This has to do with how we clean up the graffiti and all the different markings that come on buildings. And so if you can just speak to the ordinance and what it offers and how it'll be implemented here in the city.
Okay. Hi, my name is John Beasons. I'm with Building and Safety. And the ordinance offers an option for building owners when they construct a new building to sign an affidavit, a covenant and agreement that they will remove any graffiti that's applied to the building within 7 days of application, and creates awareness about the graffiti issues. Otherwise, there's another part that requires that they have to design the building with an anti-graffiti finish on the walls. And this is a little bit limiting to the designers, like ceramic tile or something. So they would prefer as well to have an option so that we could remove graffiti more easily.
So this ordinance allows for a covenant to be placed. So if the owner and or whoever's occupying that building is not removing the graffiti in a timely fashion, what happens?
Oh, well, this adds an enforcement tool. In case they do not remove the graffiti, then our code enforcement department can approach the property owner and write an order to comply to remove the graffiti.
Okay.
And by signing this affidavit or covenant and an agreement in advance, they can then have a stronger case to enforce.
So if they don't use the equipment materials we have, as long as they demonstrate a proven method that we agree with, it'll move forward.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. I want to make sure we understood the implications of this action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. Did a little bit of interviews before, so let's do it real quick. You heard Mr. Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for doing it. It's $550 fine, right?
Yeah, that's existing already. That's not part of this change, but yes.
But 45 days later, if they haven't removed it, they might be subject to that.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay. So when we're looking at all new design, all new developments, they have to be sensitive to the strategy we've put forward.
That's correct.
Now, what are the environmental issues regarding this, if there are any?
We didn't find any. If anything, this option not to put the coating on would be better for the environment. There'd be less coatings put on.
So then they must realize, anybody building a new project, that they'll have the responsibility to clean up the graffiti basically within 7 days of discovering it?
That's correct.
And this coating or this particular surface, is that easily done, or would that require, gas pains with the developer?
Well, it depends on the materials they want to use, and the types of coatings apply differently to different materials. So it's a bit of a burden to the developers at this point.
And what are we going to do to inform them as they go through the building and safety process, through the planning process, that they must go forward with this new strategy?
As plans are submitted to building and safety, they will be apprised of the new requirement that the new option to sign the affidavit.
And by signing it, that means they take responsibility. By not signing it, that means they must go forward with it.
Correct. If they don't sign it, they have to do some type of exterior finish like ceramic tile.
Yeah, this was a motion, colleagues, by Ms. Grula and myself seconding it. And the bottom line is we spent a lot of money on graffiti removal. Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to spend as much money in this tight budget era, but able to rely on the designers and the architects in creating the projects going forward? It's a great idea, and obviously look for an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. LaBonge, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Inspector. I wanted to ask a question on this here as it relates to city property. How does it relate to city property?
This does not affect city property. This is for private property.
But would we have the same responsibility as the private property owner?
No.
But we should. So I have an amendment that the city property be the same as that. So can I have a second on that? Second by Ms. Hahn, number one. Number two, challenge to vandalism is sometimes they overtake city vehicles. Road graders, tractors, dump trucks, bins, etc. with city seals. I think any city vehicle should have the same requirement as this. Don't you agree, John?
Yeah, I'm sure that would be helpful.
Okay, is that in the ordinance?
No, that is not.
Okay, could I have a second to add to the ordinance that city vehicles, well, Mr. City
No,
Attorney.
if I could just clarify, any amendments to the ordinance would, they'd have to be sent back, possibly to a committee and to our office to work on. So if you want to form it as a report-back motion to go through your...
If I want to vote to support this, but then I want one right behind it, because I think it's not right that we not require ourselves to say that we require the people who we represent.
So perhaps...
Mr. Smith has a
Just
question.
Point of information, we brought this up a few years ago. Public Works agreed to do that. So all of our trucks should be painted out, and they have the yellow paint available. And if they're not doing, just contact the supervisor of the yard where they're at and tell them to go do that. That is an instruction we gave Public Works years ago.
Okay, but we still see it out there, so I just want to be the same thing. How about the issue of public buildings? Let's ask that question there. Mr. City Attorney?
Then perhaps this should, your request should be framed as a motion, a report-back motion.
Will it allow this to go forward, though?
The ordinance itself, if you want to amend it, again, it could not be acted on today.
Well, let me ask you your advice, Mr. City Attorney. I believe in this motion. I believe in all the work that they did, but I think we should be in the same, how can you turn, all day long on the radio this morning they were saying, and the city's going to make you do it, meaning people get hit twice. I think we should we do have compassion, and we do have a program, and I don't know if there's someone here from General Services that could answer to how rapid response is on this, but I think we should be in the same quality. I do want to let this go forward. I don't want to be...
I would suggest either writing a motion and refer it to the appropriate committee, asking that the same ordinance be applied to public buildings,
Right.
and so that a new ordinance or an amendment could be crafted.
Let this go forward.
And let this go forward.
Okay, lastly, how do you deal with murals that get vandalized?
With what?
Murals.
Oh, murals. Well, that if they're on private property, and a lot of then we call or they can be referred to the Office of Community Beautification with Public Works. And
Right.
and they're very careful. And they have dealt with that, so they would be
I've
there.
ran my time, because I know it's late in the day, but they don't touch them. They don't touch them at all. And how do they deal with murals that are on state freeways and highways? Does our ordinance apply there at all?
I don't know.
Mr. City Attorney?
Caltrans, Mr. LeBon.
Well, does it, but it's in the city of Los Angeles. The city was
Caltrans
founded
has the
before the
freeway.
state.
Caltrans has the freeways, though.
I'm asking the city attorney.
Can you repeat the question, please?
For our law, for the ordinance of vandalism, how does the graffiti affect freeways or murals on freeways?
I believe Caltrans would be...
If it's state property, then it doesn't apply?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
You'll check on it for me, won't you?
I'll make sure our office checks on that. for
Mr.
you.
LeBon, check
I
with
just want to
that.
look on the issue of the murals, which we also have in our committee. I know Mr. Reyes, we've been working together over the years. Maybe we could focus on this a little. You support this. You think this is good. I support you in this efforts here. So I will work those other issues back and report back to all of us. Thank you. And thank you, Inspector, for your good work.
Thank you,
in the
Mr.
city.
LeBon. Next speaker is Ms. Perry, followed by Ms. Hahn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I understand the basis for this motion probably as much or more than those of you as we in South LA suffer from an inordinate amount of graffiti and etching, which I think is the next generation of graffiti in some ways. I am a bit concerned that the burden is being put on the property owner, and I think that there will need to be some clarity or clarification at the counter as to what type of coating is appropriate given the surface, which will probably also include windows. I have started a discussion in Public Safety Committee, now that I'm on Public Safety Committee, about the etching to see what we can do about that, and I'll bring that forward, and maybe at some point we'll have to merge these two or join them or amend this later. But I just want it to be on the record that I'm concerned about placing the burden on the property owner, and I'm concerned about the types of surfaces that need to be protected and how we communicate that to the property owner. And then number three, the issue of etching, which is just as real and just as serious as the graffiti issue. And this is a good first cut, but it's not dispositive of the issue. So I think we're going to have to come back and do further clarification in a very short period of time. So I'll be very interested in what Building and Safety has to say as people come to the counter and make comment. And I hope you'll come back. I'll ask for you to come back, Public Safety, in about 60 days.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Labange for the second time.
Thank you. So what we're doing here is amending the ordinance to allow for this opt-out clause, or to require that this coating is put on all buildings and single-family dwellings.
Currently, new buildings have this requirement. They must be built and maintained with this anti-graffiti finish, some type of anti-graffiti finish.
Okay.
What the ordinance amends is to provide an option,
Right.
so that they may sign this covenant and agreement in lieu of doing a graffiti-resistant finish on new buildings only.
Okay.
And currently it only applies to commercial buildings.
And single-family dwellings.
Single-family dwellings will have to sign the covenant and agreement as well. New ones.
Or put this coating on. So
Correct.
right now, all new buildings in the city of LA are required to put this coating on. How's that going so far?
Well, it's going all right in some cases. The coating has to match the surface very closely. Certain coatings work well with some surfaces and not so well with other surfaces. So the industry came to us and had concerns that it wasn't working as well as they'd like, and would like to be the ones responsible for designing the buildings. And this is one of the solutions we came up with.
Is this coating regularly available? Is it cost-effective? Where are we getting this coating?
From what we hear from the industry, in some cases, yes, it is, depending on what type of building materials are used and what type of materials the coating is applied to.
So there's not just one coating that...
No, that's part of the challenge, to match the coating to the building materials in order for it to be effective.
How are we defining this covenant?
This is a covenant. It's called an anti-graffiti maintenance of building covenant and agreement. And
Right.
every person that doesn't put the coating on, or, the anti-graffiti finish could also be like a tile wall. Right. So just some impermeable finish. So this allows them exception from that if they agree to remove any graffiti within 7 days.
Okay, so they either put this coating on or they agree to remove it within 7 days. What kind of enforcement do we have available to us during these budget times to actually implement this covenant?
Well, the budget's stretched thin, I'm sure, as you know, and we have a code enforcement bureau that responds to these complaints, and also refers them to Public Works Office of Community Beautification for removal of graffiti.
Would planting vines qualify?
That could help. I mean, that's one thing that has been proposed on walls now. We have that on
Right.
block retaining
Would
walls.
that be considered part of
for
the coating part?
For this
either you have a certain kind of a wall or you have coating. Are vines a part of that first half of this?
To comply with the existing code section for the anti-graffiti finish, no,
Yeah.
vines do not apply for this section, no.
Are they so they're not allowable as meeting this requirement? I would like to. I know again we're not amending this, but I certainly think that is something that we ought to add as one of the possibilities that you could put forward to mitigate graffiti. Certainly,
Sure.
we've seen that in a number of areas, particularly along freeways. Those fast-growing vines actually are a great deterrent to graffiti.
Absolutely, as a mitigation, and that could apply well to existing buildings. This new ordinance today is only for new buildings submitted.
Right. I think we should include vines.
Yes.
I would like to ask you somehow to put that in. Okay. Well, again, graffiti is one of the worst scourges, I think, on our quality of life in Los Angeles. We spend millions of dollars, throughout the state. We spend millions of dollars here in LA with the money that we don't have to continually paint out graffiti because I think our public wants us to get it out as soon as possible. We know that it's a shared sacrifice between the building industry and us, but this is something I think we both got to do together, and hopefully this will help bring down graffiti in Los
I think this will
Angeles.
help.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Labange for the fourth time. Second
Thank you
time.
very much, Ms. Hahn, about the vines. And, Mr. Zine, you know what Vignes Street means? Vignes means?
Pardon me?
Vignes?
Vignes, yes.
What's it mean?
It means the street.
No, it means vines, vines. And the vines of
Hollywood
the
vine.
fields of Los Angeles in early days were there. Vignes. Paul Rax is here. Come up here. He's the Office of Community Relations. Do you know that, Mr. Rosendahl? You did know that. Very good there. All right, Paul, vines.
We'll
This
do
is a good
trivia
concept.
after. We'll do trivia after.
It's a little good concept right here. Tell us about vining. How's that program going?
Through Paul Roch, Director of the Office of Community Beautification with Board of Public Works. And we do have a vine planting program through a few of our nonprofit community-based organizations. And we do, as long as we can get the buy-in from a community member or some group in the area that can keep the vines watered and alive, we do vine
But
planting
it's a
programs.
successful mitigation. As Ms. Hahn
As long as we're able
spoke.
to keep the vines watered and growing, in a couple of years, the vines pretty much cover the wall. So.
Good. Yeah, Paul, how many did we do this year?
What?
How many did you do this year? How many vines?
We have not planted any vines as of yet.
Wait
On
a
your
second.
suggestion, we are looking at the wall around the north central sanitation yard.
Right, yeah, that's where I first started.
Right. So once, we pretty much don't want to plant them in the summertime. We kind of wait till the fall
But we had
and
the
winter.
spring. What do we do in January, February, March, April?
We try to plant vines as much as we can.
Yeah, well, I think we should really be aggressive at that if we want to green and make a difference. I think it's so important
Yeah,
that we could do that. But to add to the
Well, it takes a
compliment,
couple of years. I mean, the vines start out pretty small and takes them a couple of years to get up and cover a wall.
real quick, how does this process work? You're familiar.
Yeah, I mean, as far as our contractors, if a request comes in through 311 or it's on one of their major
Or a
corridors.
city building, like Mr. Smith helped me in there.
The city buildings, we at this point do not abate. Those are general services crews that go out and do graffiti removal off libraries or a fire station or something. We do it off individual private property and city property such as light poles, sidewalks, traffic control boxes.
How's that working?
As far as getting the crews out there, last year we did over 28 million square feet of graffiti from over 600,000
That's
locations.
a tough question, though, because we're in a city building in the county. Who's doing a better job on graffiti abatement, the county sheriffs or the city police? It's a tough question, because they've been in the paper a little bit more and their success.
I know the sheriffs do get in the paper a little bit more,
Have
but
you
I
fallen
know-
out what they do? Is there something we should be doing that the sheriffs are doing?
Well, we are currently working with the city attorney's office and LAPD on a taggers type of database
Right.
that will track those. We're doing a pilot program in the Van Nuys area, which is pretty soon going to go valley-wide, and then from there city-wide as far as doing a lot of the investigative work and trying to track some of the graffiti
I think
problems.
you should work. Have you met with your county counterparts?
Yeah, we do sometimes, not a whole
We'll
lot.
meet with
but-
them. They're right up at 500 West Temple, the Kenneth Hahn Administration
Yeah,
Building.
well,
Find out
actually,
where they
the
are.
county graffiti crews are over in Alhambra.
I know,
That's where
but
they're-
go to the top first and then come back, Paul. I want to see us try to get ahead. And this process, though, of this liquid that goes in the ground, when you remove it, does that have any environmental problem? I know Mr. Rosendahl asked that question.
As far, well, I'm not real familiar with which particular coatings are used on these buildings. I know our crews, when we do murals or things like that, we have a fairly environmentally friendly protective coating that we apply onto murals so that we can abate graffiti off any mural that has that coating on it.
Thank you for your efforts. Check the county out. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 13, call special by Councilmember Parks and Hahn.
Mr. Parks, number 13.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I have our City Department of Finance come up?
Mr. Reyes, we're going to have Plum at what time? Members, we have committee meetings coming up. Anyone wants to announce the time? No committee meetings other than Plum? Mr. Reyes, what time? 145 for the plum. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we had a great deal of information earlier about the gloom and doom about our financial situation, and I think what we asked Ms. Criswell to remain here today to give us some insight as to the amnesty program that we found was probably twice as successful as we originally thought when we moved into it, and give you some ideas of how they went about it, what was the outcome, and what was the net value of the program. And you might also touch on the recent positions that were authorized for you to go into more depth as it relates to auditing and whether there's any report back on any success in that area.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antoinette Criswell. I'm the General Manager of the Office of Finance. Is my mic on? Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the City Council for authorizing the Office of Finance to conduct a tax amnesty program and also for the funding to support the program. The program was a huge success. The budgeted amount for the amnesty program was $10 million, with $5 million anticipated to be collected in fiscal year 08-09 and $5 million to be collected this fiscal year. The program itself generated $20.6 million. We had 8,800 businesses who participated in the program, and of the 8,800 businesses, about 394 are newly registered businesses, which we hope to see additional revenue coming in from those businesses. The penalties that were waived as a result of the program.
Could you just explain what you just said about new businesses and how you've located them in the sense of adding them to our tax roll?
Yes. Part of the amnesty program was to allow businesses who have not registered with the City of Los Angeles but who are doing business here to have an opportunity to come forward and pay their principal and interest amount that's due from the back taxes, and the city would waive their penalties. So we did have 394 of those businesses who came forward. We are evaluating those businesses. Many of them we found are small businesses, so it's likely that there will not be substantial revenue coming from those businesses because they would be able to go for it with the small business exemption, which means that if they renew their taxes timely, then they would not have to pay the city tax.
And also explain part of the amnesty program, you collected the principal on the delinquency and then the interest, but you had the authority to waive basically the penalty.
That is correct. The tax penalty amnesty program allowed for businesses who came forward and paid all outstanding principal and interest associated with their tax liability. If they came forward and paid it in full, we would waive their penalty. So on page 2 of my report, it speaks to the 8,800 businesses who did come forward, and $20.5 million was collected, generated, and the penalty portion of that was $7.1 million. So this is money that the taxpayers were allowed to be waived, the amount, and certainly the program goes a long way with raising revenue without increasing taxes.
And this was over what period?
The tax amnesty program was from May 1st through July 31st of this fiscal year, of 2009 rather, and as I've said, we've been very pleased with it. Just to let you know what came in, of the $5 million that was budgeted for 08-09, we collected $4.4 million. There was $5 million in the budget. For this fiscal year, 09-10, $5 million is included in the budget. To date, we've collected $14.6 million, and we anticipate another $1.6 million in business tax installments to be collected over the remainder of the fiscal year, this fiscal year.
And also you created a payment plan for those who are willing to pay but may not have had all the money up front.
Right. That was what I just talked about. The amnesty program allowed for business owners who had outstanding business taxes to come forward and enter into an installment agreement within the Office of Finance. It's a 12-month installment program. And the way the program works is that before the penalty is waived for the outstanding taxes that are due on these installments, these businesses need to fully pay all of the principal principal and interest that's due on their installment agreement before the city will waive the penalty portion. And that's why in the $7 million of penalties that have been waived to date, we have not included that amount as of yet. If they fail to come forward and pay timely based on the installment agreement, we will pursue collection of all debt, including the penalty portion. And you wanted me to touch basically on some of the positions that were loaned from other city departments. There were 9 positions that were loaned from other city departments that previously worked in the Office of Finance. 7 of the positions hosted our tax penalty amnesty hotline, and that particular unit received about 8,600 calls. They processed about 2,100 tax amnesty applications and collected $2.1 million of the $20 million that was collected overall.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this is, I think, let me ask Ms. Criswell, when's the last time we did an amnesty program?
The last time we did an amnesty program was in 2001, so it's been, about 8 years ago.
Okay, and how successful was that one?
That program was very successful as well. The budget was $20 million revenue. We've collected about $27 million as a result of the amnesty program in 2001. And that was for business taxes only. This particular amnesty program for 2009 included other taxes in addition to business taxes.
And my final question, just tell us what taxes that you've concentrated on, what were the type of taxes that you were able to recover, and to what categories?
Yes, okay, the taxes that were available for amnesty were the business tax, and we collected $16.3 million there. The penalty portion was $5 million. The commercial tenants occupancy tax, there was only one business that came forward, and we collected about $143. The parking occupancy tax, which really is a pass-through tax, that's a 10% tax that the parking lot operators are obligated to collect. We collected $400,000 relative to that tax. The utility users tax, we collected $1.7 million. The transient occupancy tax was about $500,000. And as I indicated, we have $1.6 million in business tax installment agreements.
Okay. And just finally, could you tell us where we are on the status of you working with the fire department? Because we've had a number of issues about delinquent and fees that had to be waived or they were out of statute. Have you made any progress in that area?
We've made some progress, but there's still work that needs to be done. I think it was probably about 6 months ago, your council adopted a motion and also agreed to amending the admin code to allow for referral of delinquent ambulance billings to the city collection agencies. We have been working with the fire department as well as their city attorney liaison to get those accounts referred to the collection agencies. We have not been able to get that in place as of yet. The city attorney's office apparently has an issue with the referral of the accounts, and so we're working very diligently with the city attorney and the fire department. And I know that the collections item that was heard in your committee, sir, about a week ago, Monday ago, it has been continued for 2 weeks pending resolution to that particular item. And the same is applicable to the parking citations, which is one of the largest delinquent type debts that's outstanding. We have been working with the transportation department to get them to refer delinquent parking citations to the city-wide collection agencies. The department has not moved forward on those, and that particular item also is scheduled to be heard back in the Budget and Finance Committee, I believe, next Monday.
Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we just had this for public information and what the outcome of the amnesty, we'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you, Mr. Parks, once again for your thoroughness on an issue that's important to us. I heard you say it has generated the amnesty program. How much did it generate?
$20.6 million, more than doubling the $10 million goal.
So we never would have been there if we didn't go through this amnesty program and then go out and really make a vigorous effort.
It would have been a very slow process, I agree, yes.
Yeah, and we talked about this in budget, and I'm very proud of you bringing in $20 million, especially in this day and age. How much is out there that you feel we still could get under whatever strategy we need to continue to use?
Well, I believe there's about $300 million, give or take, that's out there that's still due to be collected. I did touch on the fact that there are two large debts, the ambulance billings as well as the parking citations that have yet to be referred to the collection agencies. There's a lot of delinquent debt relative to those two departments. In the Office of Finance, we are vigorously pursuing collections of tax debt. We refer accounts timely to the citywide collection agencies. We work closely with the City Attorney's Office. We filed over 1,400 tax cases totaling $99 million that are going eventually to the Superior Court for collections. We have worked closely with the City Attorney's Office in criminal proceedings against parking taxes, and we have the publication of top debtors.
So when you say all this, it's amazing to me that there's 300 million, what I would kind of call gold in the gutter, that's out there that if we were able to get it, it could help us in our budget crisis?
Absolutely, and I think it's very important that we get the ambulance billings and the parking citations moving through the delinquent debt process where these accounts would be referred to the citywide collections agencies.
What's this AMLET buildings? Explain that to me.
The ambulance billings is when a paramedic picks up a patient, per se, a transient, I guess is what it's called. They are actually charged a fee for that. The fire department bills the patient, the person that was picked up, and with the expectation of collecting the fee that's associated with that transport to the hospital. There's a large amount of delinquent debt in that particular area.
And that delinquent debt, is that because the insurance companies aren't picking up the tab? I mean, who other than the individual who has the injury or the issue, are the insurance companies not cooperating?
Well, I think what's happening is that it's very slow processing, for one. I know the fire department is planning to move forward with a new billing and collection system for ambulance billings. So part of it's a very slow process, but the other part is the fact that some of it's owed by the individual as well. The insurance companies pays a portion of it, but there's still an outstanding portion that's due, and that's the portion that we're asking that be referred to the collection agencies to help collect on that particular.
Do we have any idea how much of the insurance company money? You know, the individual doesn't realize that they get stuck with a bill when they have an emergency. Obviously, I have a heart attack or something, somebody dials 911 and they come and pick me up and save my life. I didn't realize I have to pay a bill on that. So I don't think the public out there understand that it's part of their responsibility. So let me just start. What percentage of that outstanding money would you say the insurance companies haven't come forth with?
I can't necessarily answer that. I think that's a question for the fire department, and so that's something that I think they should
Could we ask them to do that and give
Yes.
a report back to Budget and Finance?
Yes, we
Because
could.
I'm very concerned about the whole insurance company situation in our great nation today and where it's taking us and so on and so forth. And on the most local of levels, if there's a substantial amount of money that we could be gathering from those insurance companies who are ripping us off every way you can on health care issues, I'd like to be able to get that money back for us.
We will definitely ask the fire department to report back on that.
Report back. And thank you so much for what you've done for us. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Again, great idea, great program. I love it. We've been hearing bad news for the last several months on everything we've lost, revenue we have not seen, projections that have been worse than what we originally thought. So it's very refreshing to think that we actually only thought we were going to get $10 million from this program, and we actually got over $20 million. So I believe that our budget only accounted for the $10 million, right? So this extra $10 million is making the hole smaller.
Right.
So that's good. I wanted to ask about how the 394 new businesses came to be registered during this process.
Well, they were, all businesses who are unregistered doing business in the city of LA have had an opportunity to come forward and clear their tax debt. So we were hoping for a larger number, but we got 394. We are analyzing that information. What we're finding is most of them are small businesses who owe tax debt that will qualify for the city small business exemption when they do renew and file their taxes annually. So it is likely that there will be very little income coming in from the newly registered, but we can report back when we enter into our 2010 tax renewal season to
So we
your
actually
committee.
don't expect revenue generated from these because they will be exempt.
Right, most of them are small, is what my staff have advised me, but we can come back and provide an update
Right.
during the business tax renewal
But still,
season.
it's a good opportunity to get everybody into the fold, get everybody legal. And what maybe happened was many of these small businesses didn't probably feel like they would be able to afford some of these taxes. But we do have a very business-friendly policy in the city with exemptions for many of these small businesses. Maybe we should, spend a little more money in outreach and PR and really making sure that businesses that come to locate in Los Angeles are understanding of our very lenient policies as it results to the first couple of years for a business in the city. That would be my suggestion. Also, was there any talk about extending this past July?
There were a number of questions that came forward to our office about extending the amnesty program, and we believe that 3 months provided ample time for businesses to come forward. We had a very extensive public outreach program, which we believe was very helpful in getting the message out. We don't believe at this time that it should be extended because you have businesses that are paying timely,
Right.
and so they should not bear the burden of those who do not. And our office is vigorously pursuing those who did not come forward. So we didn't recommend that it be extended at this particular time.
Good, thank you for that. Well, again, when people claim that Los Angeles is business unfriendly, I think we can point to this amnesty program as another example of how we really were working with these changing economic times, reaching out to businesses who we know were having a tough time and giving them an opportunity to come clean and pay their taxes without penalty while registering new businesses. And I think this is a great example of a program that certainly worked. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Ms. Hahn. We have a public speaker on this matter. Michael, is there a Michael in the audience? No Michael. The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Item 19, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn, number 19.
Me again. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is just an opportunity to give a shout out to something happening in the harbor, the Port of Los Angeles. This is we're being asked today to approve the lease with the TradePac operation, TradePac Incorporation, for improved and expanded premises and operations at berths 136 through 147 at the port. It's a 30-year lease, and this is very significant. It's actually the first long-term lease that the port has entered into in over 7 years. And it's really a good thing. We will expand these facilities, and this is good news. With the approval of this lease, colleagues, this will generate 300 new terminal jobs, 2,800 construction jobs, 5,433 regional jobs annually that will be related to terminal operations when this is fully built out. This new lease will allow TradePac to modernize its facilities and provide on-dock rail, which allows containers to go straight from the ship onto the rail and to their destination without getting on our freeways. This is the cleanest, clearest way to move this cargo out of the port, is off the ship and on the rail and to its destination, and this will have that capability. This was the only terminal at the port that did not have this capability, so this is a good thing. And under the Clean Air Action Plan, which we've approved, every time a new lease comes up, there are certain things that they must do under this Clean Air Action Plan. All the ships that call at this facility will have to be amped, which is the alternative maritime power. So instead of docking and burning that diesel fuel, they'll actually plug in to the DWP electricity grid, so that will be cleaner for everybody. That is zero emissions when they're in dock. They will participate in the vessel speed reduction. That means ships calling at this terminal, when they come into the harbor 40 miles out, they will begin to reduce their speed, which again reduces the amount of emissions that are poured into our air. And just to remind everybody, 20% of all the air pollution in the Los Angeles basin comes from ships. So this is another good thing to reduce air pollution in our area. They'll have to use clean yard tractors and equipment, and they will have to use fuel-efficient ship engines, and they will have to comply with the Clean Trucks program. And here's a little interesting fact. When TRAPAC at the Port of Los Angeles, when this terminal is completely built out, the amount of cargo throughput at this one terminal equals the entire throughput from the Port of Oakland. So this will keep us competitive. This will keep the cargo coming to Los Angeles. This will keep the jobs here. This is a very important thing that we're doing here today. And as part of this lease, I don't know if you all remember, but when this EIR was first approved, it was appealed and actually came to the City Council. And I worked with a number of people in the community to negotiate a community benefits agreement so that every time we approve a lease and every time we expand the Port of Los Angeles, we'll also create a fund that will go to the communities of Wilmington and San Pedro to mitigate some of the negative impacts that come from port operations. That money will be used for retrofitting of windows, installation of air filtration systems, investment in green technology so that we can have green jobs associated with the Port of Los Angeles. So this is a good thing all the way around. I'm happy to be standing here today asking for your support in approving the first long-term lease with a terminal operator at the Port of Los Angeles for over 7 years.
Thank you, Ms.
It's very
Hunt.
significant.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
very much.
Congratulations. Give them a shout out to San Pedro and the harbor. I want to warn the colleagues, we're going to be losing the quorum. We've got a couple items left. Mr. Michael Hunt on this matter. No Hunt on this in the audience. Matters before us, a shout out. Oh, Mr. Labange? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Ms. Hahn, I know we sit on committee together, but it's so articulate how you spoke of the need and the resolution and the victory if you bring this to. The city of Oakland has done a tremendous job in enhancing their port, but this is all at one specific location in the terminal there. So I thank you for that. I thank you and I support much of what you do down in San Pedro because you're doing the right thing. Whether it's here or at the waterfront, you're making a difference for all of Los Angeles. Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. The matter is now before us. A shout out from Ms. Hahn. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Ms. Hahn, congratulations. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 30 called special for cards, and there is an amending motion on 30M as in Mary that has been circulated.
Number 30, the card is from Donna Pearman in the Valley. Let's go to the Valley. Donna Pearman.
Yeah, this is Donna Perriman. I'm only going to talk for a minute, I think. City Council is again misusing our money, spending our $62,000 on fee waivers in a time with sacrifice is actually city employees. Our biggest one is $30,000 for soap upgrades for street closure. Is that really necessary? $15,547 for the 25th annual Abbott King Street Festival. That's really not necessary. We need sworn personnel for fighting crime, not for closing streets. This is where you are misusing our money. We're asking that we're asking about that spending $62,000 on fee waivers today. So how can you save money when you do all this for fee waivers? You spending it like there's no tomorrow, so let's not do these fee waivers, and we need to cut down somewhere and not at the expense of the city employees. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, there was an amending motion on that?
There was an amending motion on 30M.
With the amending motion, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 38, called special for cards.
Number 38, there are Mr. Well, on television, Mr. Labange. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you very much. Number 38 was Michael. He's left the building. We have Ms. Pearman. Donna Pearman on 38 also. Ms. Pearman, you're back on number 38?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was hoping actually hear more city employees speaking up for their rights. I like to see a whole room speaking up for city employees. But early retirement can help the budget crisis like the federal government uses early retirement to prevent layoffs and furloughs. Cities should do the same. I do not believe in Doug McIntyre's when the Daily News said the employees are retiring at age 50. I don't see anybody that early. I don't know anyone that young retiring without a huge loss. I would wait till some of that lost pension is back in the kitty before you do early retirement. You can't take blood out of a turnip. When it's there, I would say let's consider early retirement, and that's all I want to say on that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That concludes the agenda, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, it does. Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
That clears the desk.
Very well. Any announcements, colleagues? Mr. Labange has an announcement. Please, Mr. Labange.
Just had a chance to talk to the chancellor at UCLA, and again, congratulate the Bruins on their great UCLA Day in the community. And I know others from USC challenged me to see them involved as well, but over 6,000 people, freshmen, got involved in the community and did a wonderful job cleaning up all parts of Los Angeles, especially in Griffith Park.
Very well. Thank you.
UCLA.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Any adjourning motions, colleagues? Adjourning motions, Mr. Labange. Adjourning motions. Please stand for adjourning motions. Everyone, please stand. Mr. Labange.
Members, on this day, the 29th of September, I ask we adjourn in memory of Jack Kramer, who lived to be 88 years old. He died in early September. Jack was a tennis legend in Los Angeles, and he was very much instrumental in engaging all in the great sport of tennis. Kramer won the 1947 Wimbledon title and 2 U.S. Championship Opens, as well as many other titles. He was a great teacher and a great lover of the game of tennis. He's survived by his son, David, Michael, John, and Ron. I ask we adjourn in memory of the late, great Jack Kramer. Jack Kramer. All members, thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Any other adjourning motions? No other motions? This concludes the meeting. City Clerk, please call the roll.